Doubleheader action today. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, and we got the Falcons and the Cavemen. Welcome to beautiful CarShield Field on a nice afternoon. Let's play two today. That's what we're going to do as the Cavemen. Connor McKenna gets his third nod of the season, and he'll be facing a Falcons lineup that goes like this. Leading off and playing center field, Alex Hoff. Batting second, the power-hitting catcher, Wade Stouse. Ben Swords is back in the 3 spot, playing third base. Austin Schmidt, the cleanup hitter. Michael Long will hit 5th and play left field. To follow is Cade Hull. At shortstop, Colin Parrish, the designated hitter. David Olenek, the right fielder. And Nick Hoffman, the second baseman. Michael Plasmeyer gets the start on the mound for the Falcons. Connor McKenna on the mound now for the Cavemen. The defense behind him. Nick Rose is the catcher. Andy Bunton at third. Brennan Claus at short. Colin Turnbow at second. Luke Mann at first. Mitch Daniels, Tyler Headcamp, and Zach Floyd patrol the outfield as we're getting ready to be underway here. Alex Hoff leads things off. The center fielder from Maryville taking on the right-hander from Truman State, getting his third start this summer, was just competing in his freshman campaign for the Bulldogs. And now a big part of that rotation for Will Bradley and the Cavemen. McKenna's first offering taken for a strike by the center fielder, Alex Hoff. Hoff got a lot of speed at the top of the lineup for Josh Kiesel. Connor McKenna, this is his 5th appearance and 3rd start. And he gets another one in there for a strike. He's thrown 8 innings this summer, and he surrendered 16 hits and 10 earned runs, an 8.75 ERA. Does have 14 strikeouts in 8 innings compared to 5 walks. The pitch, it's up and away, and goes to the backstop, a ball and 2 strikes. Alex Hoff lays off the 1-2, misses away. Hoff with 5 hits so far this summer. Two balls and 2 strikes. And Connor McKenna, as we mentioned, appeared in 12 games, made 11 starts for the Bulldogs, and the right-hander from Jefferson City comes inside with a 2-2 pitch. It gets fouled away. Was in his sophomore season, but in 2019, as a freshman, made 11 starts. But you think of this past spring as a pseudo-freshman season because everybody gets that year of eligibility back. So in 2019, he made the commitment, and first year the right-hander pitch for the Bulldogs. That ball's hit hard to right field, but Zach Floyd is camping under it and corrals it for the first out of the day.
One thing you're going to see from these two pitchers today, a lot of strikes, a lot of balls in play. And there's a ball in play there for out number 1.
The right-hander is 6'1", 185, as we mentioned, from Jefferson City, Missouri. Went to Helias Catholic High School. And the underclassman likely to log a lot of innings the next couple of seasons for the GLVC Truman State Bulldogs, as that pitch is missed low to the slugger. Wade Stouse coming to the box. Wade Stouse with 10 RBIs so far this summer. Hitting a nice 300 with 9 runs scored as well and 3 home runs. He hits this one to center field. Tyler Headcamp is tracking towards left to catch that one on the move for the second out. So a couple flyouts to start the day for the right-hander, Connor McKenna. We talk about Connor McKenna. He's shown that he has some pretty good stuff. He goes into against a very deep Bellarmine team in 2019 and goes 7 1/3. And that's a team that had some of the best hitters in the conference. So he shows his ability to go deep into ball games, and Truman State ought to be happy with his performance so far this summer coming out here. Getting back in the strike zone is definitely a thing you like to see, but this ball is way out of here. A rope to left field by Ben Swords, the Webster University infielder, and he'll touch them all to put the Falcons on the board first, as that was a no-doubter well over that 354 sign above the car shield sign in left field of that light pole, cleared the bleachers in left, and Ben Swords has himself a shot. A nice job to pull that baseball early in the count. He knew what he was looking for and didn't miss it. First home run of the summer for Ben Swords.
You said it. Just a nice job getting your pitch, knowing what you want. If you get it on the first pitch, have a rip at it.
So after a couple of flyouts, this one flies out of the ballpark. 1-0 the score as Austin Schmidt comes to the box. Alex Hoff flew out to right. Wade Stouse flew out to center, and Ben Swords took the big fly and touched them all for the solo shot with 2 outs. Austin Schmidt, the cleanup hitter in the box. He's playing first base today. Him and Wade Stouse have been switching off who catches and who plays first. A swing and a miss there by Schmidt. McKenna logged 27 innings in 2020. Had a record of 1-3 with a 5.33 ERA for the Bulldogs in 27 innings, surrendered 36 hits and 16 earned runs. Had 20 strikeouts to 7 walks. That ball's hit to the right side, coming in on it and making a nifty catch is Zach Floyd. So the solo shot by Ben Swords puts the Falcons on top 1-0. We go to the bottom of the first. Michael Plasmeyer gets the start on the mound for the Falcons. He'll be throwing to Wade Stouse. Ben Swords at third, Cade Hull at short, Nick Hoffman at second, Austin Schmidt at first, Michael Long in left, Alex Hoff in center, and David Olenek in right. Zach Floyd to lead things off for the Cavemen. It'll be Floyd, Turnbow, Mann, Schaumburger, Daniels, Bunton, Claus, Rose, and Headkamp. 1-0 the score after the solo shot with 2 outs from the third baseman, Ben Swords from Webster University. As Michael Plasmeyer, the 4th-round draft pick, comes onto the mound and throws a strike to start off his evening. We'll see a lot of those strikes here this afternoon, rather. As a former 4th-round draft pick from St. Louis, Missouri, he was selected in 2018 by the Seattle Mariners. A former standout at the University of Missouri. That pitch misses outside, a ball and a strike. We saw that strike percentage close to 80% last time he was on the mound, going 3 innings, no earned runs with 4 strikeouts. That ball's fouled back, a ball and 2 strikes, and that's par for the course for the left-hander. has plus command. He's 9 in his minors career so far. He's 9-4 with a sub-2 earned run average, a 196. He's gone one complete game in 156 innings. He has a 196 earned run average. That first ball's hit up the middle in a single to center field for Zach Floyd. As we mentioned, in 156 innings, that command has got him 153 strikeouts and a .98 walks, hits, innings pitched, a sub-1 whip in 156 innings in the minors. Michael Plasmeyer, very bright future in the Rays organization. Active with the Montgomery Biscuits, but you see minor leaguers now in this situation with the minors canceled this season. You see a handful of minor leaguers from this area come out and play in the Car Shield Collegiate League. There's some great talent in this league. As Plasmeyer goes over to first, but the ball scoots away from Schmidt. Floyd's going to take second, and he's rounding second, thinking about going to third, but stays, and he'll advance on the throw that got away from Schmidt. So after the single and then advancing on the pickoff throw that went wild to the right side, you have Zach Floyd in scoring position for Colin Turnbow. As the former Mizzou standout looks to work around a leadoff single. It's that one in there for a strike, a ball and a strike. On June 12, 2018, the Seattle Mariners signed the lefty. And they assigned him to the Everett Aqua Sox, where he had an outstanding performance that season. And he played in a couple of different levels in 2019. Got all the way up to AAA at one point and had an appearance there. That pitch taken for a strike. Now 2 strikes on Colin Turnbow. But then was involved with the trade. In November of 2018, the Seattle Mariners traded Mike Zunino, Guillermo Herrera, and Michael Plasmeyer to the Tampa Bay Rays. And taken off is Zach Floyd. Ben Swords saves a run by trying to stop that one on the throw down by Stouse. The Swords a little shaken up on the play as he made the stop. Floyd has himself third base, and he swipes the bag. That stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. Floyd now 90 feet away from tying this game. Colin Turnbow looking to do a job. That ball's fouled away to the right side. A 3-ball, 2-strike count. Floyd on third base, just 90 feet away from tying this one up after Ben Swords in the top of the first hit a solo home run with 2 outs. Ball's fouled back. As Plasmeyer tries to put away the second baseman from Maryville, Colin Turnbow. Here with nobody out and a runner on third base. Turnbow's battling, fouls another one off. But as we mentioned, in November of 2018, Plasmeyer was involved with the trade to the Rays from the Mariners. The Rays dealt Malik Smith and Jake Fraley. But then Plasmeyer in 2019 moved up the ranks in the minor leagues with the Rays. Delivers the 3-2, and he rings up Turnbow on the pitch inside. So 1 away. And now Luke Mann comes to the plate. So he catches Turnbow looking on the full count pitch after Turnbow put together a good at-bat. And now the current Mizzou Tiger dual threat, Luke Mann, comes to the plate. He's known for his bat in this league. He's, if we had to say, the way too early to tell league MVP so far, as his hitting is off the charts. Facing a former Mizzou standout and fourth-round draft pick, Michael Plasmeyer. Lefty logged over 100 strikeouts in a season with the Tigers. Gets a swing and a miss from Mann on the first offering. The 0-1 delivery. The breaking ball misses, a ball and a strike. Plasmeyer, Bowling Green, Hot Rods, Charlotte, Stone Crabs, and Durham Bulls in 2019 played at 3 different levels in the Rays organization. And he's been in good shape. Here making his second start of the summer. Mann hits this one towards left center. Michael Long catches it. The throw looks like it will be deep enough, and Mann does a job with the sacrifice fly to tie the game at 1. Mann with the sac fly to drive in Zach Floyd. Good piece of hitting from the slugger, Luke Mann. Now Schallenberger comes up with a couple outs, the designated hitter. Today for Will Bradley, 1-1 ball game here in the first inning.
Now that stolen base looking ever more important as Floyd got up to third with less than 2 outs. And then all Mann has to do is just hit a ball to the outfield, and with Floyd's speed, he can score easily.
That ball taken for a strike. The first offering to Mark Schallenberger, the designated hitter. Has some big-time pop. The 0-1 delivery. That was drilled to center field. Backtracking for it is Alex Hoff, but it gets over his head and gets over the wall for a ground rule double. Mark Schallenberger drilled that ball to center field and has himself a 2-out double. He uses the big part of the ballpark and gets the ground rule double to center field.
And that ball was slicing away from Hoff. That's a tough play. He has to go a little farther than you might think because of the slicing off the off of a left-handed bat like that. It's just going to keep going and going towards the gap.
So a couple of hits off Plasmeyer here in the bottom of the first. And the first offering is taken for a strike against the left fielder, Mitch Daniels. 126 hits Plasmeyer has surrendered in 156 innings in his minor league career. But a couple hits here in the bottom of the first. We're in a 1-1 ball game. So left-hander tries to strand a 2-out double here and keep the game tied as that ball is rifled away to the right side. In 2018, in his first minor league season with the Everett Aqua Sox, he was a mid-season All-Star. And he's pitched like an All-Star in his minor league career so far, as we mentioned, that sub-2 ERA. And that sub-1 whip as that ball's hit up the middle. Cade Hull makes a nice play, throws it over to first, but Schmidt comes up, can't apply the tag. And Mitch Daniels will reach on the air by the shortstop, Cade Hull. So runners at the corners with 2 outs. A couple defensive miscues here with Plasmeyer on the mound. That is what we saw last time he went 3 innings. He did surrender a couple runs, but neither of them were earned. And similar defense behind Plasmeyer this time out, as the first pitch is taken for a ball outside. Andy Bunton coming to the box with runners at the corners. In a 1-1 ball game here in the bottom of the first. Plasmeyer's offering. Bunton swinging as it's popped up towards the left side in left field. A little miscommunication maybe, but Alex Hoff catches it right by Michael Long, the left fielder, for the 3rd out. Runners at the corners get stranded, but a run does come across. 1-1 ball game. We send it to the second. Just a reminder, this inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of metals, scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can go to itcscrap.com or call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. Michael Long, Cade Hull, and Colin Parrish due up here in the second inning. Second inning of work for Connor McKenna. He surrendered a 2-out solo shot to Ben Swords. And a single up the middle to start off the top of the second now for Michael Long, the left fielder. Michael Long has really come around this summer. He's hit the ball with authority a lot of the times in the recent weeks, and he's someone that has really impressed us. His ability to drive the ball to all fields. He uses the middle of the field well. I know that's one piece of anecdotal evidence with his hit right there, but he drilled a home run to center field on an 0-2 breaking ball. He really stays on pitches. He doesn't give up at bats, and getting on base to start off at the top of the second for another hitter who's impressed us as well. Cade Hull, just in his second game in the Car Shield Collegiate League, drilled a home run to right field the other day as he fouls that one off to the left side. Going to be a Purdue Boilermaker. The shortstop, been playing with the Gamers his whole life. A big-time Division I rising freshman coming this fall as he takes that pitch upstairs. Just graduated from St. Louis University High School. A 1-ball, 2-strike count. It's Connor McKenna looking for a ground ball after the leadoff single from Long. The pitch. It's fouled back to the screen. We'll do the 1-2 offering again. Colin Parrish, the designated hitter, is on deck. Cade Hull with a really nice swing. Good addition to the lineup. And he's rung up here for the strikeout. So one away. There's a single and then a strikeout looking from Hull. But Hull is going to be a great addition to the infield for the Falcons here this summer. Especially with the way their infield needs some help, especially in the middle infield. Could this be 4-6, but Parrish beats it out, so he'll get on. The fielder's choice, he reaches as they get Long off the base pass after starting this inning off with a single. David Olenek now comes to the box, the 8th place hitter playing right field today. A 1-1 ball game here in the top of the second. A beautiful afternoon for baseball. We're playing 2 games today, both on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. 1-1 ball game in the top of the second. McKenna's offering is taken outside. Nick Rose, the catcher, with McKenna here in his 3rd start. You have Rose and Chase Gibson, the 2 catchers on the squad for Will Bradley. And a 2-out hit by pitch by David Olenek brings up the 9th spot, Nick Hoffman. So in the first inning, McKenna got a couple flyouts, and then Ben Swords hit the home run. And now with 2 outs, a couple runners are on here in the top of the second for Nick Hoffman, the Maryville infielder. Pitch missed low, but runners may be caught. Rose looks like he potentially had David Olenek caught between first and second, but he gets back. But runners are at the corners as Colin Parrish will reach third base after the pitch got away from the catcher.
And as a runner on first, when you have a guy in front of you at second, you watch him. You watch whatever he does, and if he takes off, you take off too. Olenek just looked like he was caught in between there. You're not even really watching the ball. You're watching the guy in front of you to see what he does.
So 2 outs and 2 on. Runners on the corners in a 1-1 ball game in the top of the second. The pitch fouled away. Now 2 strikes on the Maryville starting infielder. Went to Elk Grove High School. Nick Hoffman, 5'7", 160. Started 11 games at second base for the Saints. Made just 1 error in 47 chances. Has a great glove at second base. That ball is fouled away. He's battling here against the right-hander, Connor McKenna, to compete in the same conference. Maybe potential matchups you see, not just now, but down the road in the GLVC, Truman State and Maryville. That's a swing and a miss from Hoffman, stranding a couple runners on the corners. 1-1 ball game. We send it to the bottom of the second. Brendan Claus, Nick Rose, Tyler Headcamp, 7-8-9 due up here against Michael Plasmeyer in the bottom of the second inning. 1-1 ball game. Plasmeyer surrendered a couple hits in the first, and 1 run came across on the Luke Mann sacrifice fly to left field. Claus's first pitch. He fouls back to the screen. 0-1 the count against the lefty. Ball's fouled away, 0-2 the count. In 156 innings pitched in the minor leagues, Plasmeyer has just walked 27 hitters and has struck out 153. And his plus command has him a top 30 Rays prospect. He sets down Claus on 3 pitches as the Falcons throw it around the horn, first out here in the top of the second. A 1-1 ball game. Nick Rose now comes to the plate, the catcher for Will Bradley.
An indication of a good pitcher is how many strikeouts of your command. An indication of a pitcher with good command is how many strikeouts you can get looking, because that means you're working the ball on the corners, especially fastballs looking. If you can freeze a guy with the fastball looking, that means you got him all out of sorts.
And you love to see that command out of a starting pitcher who can go deep into ball games. It puts less stress on your bullpen. It helps you go deeper and obviously limit runs if you're consistently getting ahead. It's harder for hitters to find something to square up as that ball is chopped away to the right side.
And one thing that's been evident in Plasmeyer's first couple games is his command of the inside part of the plate to right-handed hitters. As a left-handed pitcher, that's one of the things you have to do. It's one of the hardest things to do as a left-handed pitcher. He works from more the third base side of the rubber. That maybe helps him a little bit, but you have to be able to command the inside part of the plate. Opens up the outside corner just like that.
He pulls the string with the changeup. It falls off the table. And back-to-back strikeouts to start off the second inning for Michael Plasmeyer here in his second inning of work. And you mentioned as a starting pitcher in 2018, an A-season short ball in his first season in the minor leagues, had 12 games started, had 18 starts in A advanced ball. An A-season full ball had 5 starts. So he's logged a lot of starts, 35 starts in his minors career. It looks like this southpaw could be a part of the Rays rotation in the next few years to come. He's rated as their 29th overall prospect, and they project him in the big leagues in 2021 on MLB.com. When you look at the top 30 prospects, as that ball's hit to up the middle, Tyler Headcamp lines out to the second baseman, Nick Hoffman. A couple strikeouts, and 1-2-3, the Cavemen go. We send it to the third. Shane Holsey will handle the middle innings for the play-by-play. 1-1 ball game.
A reminder of this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Our friends at Interco, they've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601, and they'll handle all your recycling duties at their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. You can head to itcscrap.com or call 1-877-258-3601 for all your recycling needs. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Top of the order for the Falcons, first pitch swinging, Alex Hoff, and he grounds out softly to second. One pitch, one out for Connor McKenna in the third inning. The one run for the Falcons coming on the home run by Ben Swords. He's due up third this inning. On deck behind Wade Stouse, who hits now with nobody on and one out. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here on Carshoe Collegiate League TV. Charlie Bornoff handling the production duties this afternoon. A couple of ball games starting late in the morning, 11 a.m. One more game after this, and then we're done for today. And then a triple header tomorrow, starting at noon, and then a doubleheader at 5:30. And that's popped up in foul territory. Rose, that's going to stay in play, and he makes the catch. 3 pitches, 2 outs for Connor McKenna here in the third. So Hoff and Stouse are now 0 for 2, and now the man who has the only hit has driven in the only run and has scored the only run for the Falcons, Ben Swords. Hit a solo shot to left field. His first time at the plate. Two on, nobody out. Quick first couple of outs for Connor McKenna working into the third inning. And a swing and a miss from Ben Swords. Third time McKenna's worked into the third inning. His season summer high for innings, 3 innings against the Eagles back on July 11th. And that's chopped off his foot, and Swords hits the deck. Got him on the inside of his front foot. Hopefully that didn't catch him on the ankle. He doesn't wear any protection down there.
And it was after he caught the ball from Stouse out to third, he was a little shaken up as well, just how he landed on it awkwardly. Obviously a much different type of injury there. Does not feel good as the trainer tends to him.
I hope Swords is okay as he gets up under his own power, but not putting much weight on that left foot.
And he's been okay most of his career. You look at Webster University, Shane, he's been a mainstay in their lineup for 3 years. Never comes off the field. 111 starts in his 3 years. Always hitting over 350. A slugger for the Gorlocks.
Hopefully he can stay in this game as he tries to walk it off. You mentioned all those starts, and to be starting for that long, you have to avoid. I'm not saying this is a freak injury, but it's kind of a unfortunate play when you foul a pitch off your foot. It's really not your own fault.
Oh, you have to avoid just things that out of your control. And I mean, there's injuries that just happen. Guys even get days off, and he's a guy who, I mean, everybody gets hurt or fatigued to some extent, and they're out there and they battle. But when you get something so extreme in a situation like this summer, I mean, who knows? But we've seen Kiesel give him a day off yesterday. He came out and pitched it, but obviously probably not too used to taking those days off or ever coming out of the game, as he's just been a big bat for Webster University we've seen the past few years.
Looks like he's gonna stay in the ball game.
It's a tough move right there, and that's you don't start over 100 consecutive games without being tough.
You know, every game he's not at 100%. All those 111 games, you twist an ankle, you foul a pitch off your foot, and he ropes that one into center field. Headcamp charging makes the play. So a 1-2-3 inning. After Swords fouls the ball off his foot, he flies out to center field. 1-2-3. Go the Falcons in the third. We head to the bottom half. Cavemen coming to bat. 1-1 here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. So Andrew Fay comes into the ball game for Ben Swords, that after he fouled the pitch off his ankle was moving a little gingerly going around first base, and Josh Kiesel being on the safe side. Andrew Fay comes into the ball game at third, a straight-up switch Fay for Swords. In the bottom of the third, Michael Plasmeyer back out for his third inning of work. And he'll face the top of the order, Floyd, Turnbow, and Mann. 1-1 ball game. Each team scored a run in the first and nothing doing since. First pitch swing, Floyd fouls that one away. Floyd singled to lead off the game for the Cavemen, stole a base and scored a run on the sac fly by Luke Mann. That's the lone blemish for Plasmeyer here in an 0-2 count.
He has a great changeup. He's featured it a couple times today, and these hitters haven't had a chance swinging right over the top of it. He tunnels it great with his breaking ball and fastball.
There's a swing and a miss from Floyd. Throw down to first for out number 1. 4 strikeouts for Plasmeyer here in 2 1/3.
And 2 of them coming on changeups that he just buries like he did right there to Floyd. He starts the at-bat off with a breaking ball and then goes changeup, and he buries that one. Great pitching from the left-hander.
And when you throw a first pitch breaking ball, the hitter's got to be thinking there's got to be a fastball coming soon, but Plasmeyer never went to the fastball, and there's a fly ball on the right. And Olenek calls off Hoffman for out number 2.
And then that's why you can work deep into games. When you have 3 pitches that you can consistently throw for strikes, okay, you can start someone off with any pitch. You can throw any pitch in any count. And so there he goes, starts with the fastball and gets in on a guy's hands. It's cool to see someone who could potentially be at the big league level soon work here against these hitters.
Mann ropes that one up the middle. Mann 1 for 1 after the sac fly his first at bat. And par for the course for Mr. Mann, a base hit.
We're losing count of how many base hits he has, Shane. Every single day it seems like we notch a couple to his name as he's slugging it out of the ballpark. Just a single for him. It seems like he's the extra base hit and just hit machine so far this summer.
16 hits and now 11 games for Luke Mann. 16 for 32, even 500 batting line.
Yeah, now you're over 30 at bats. It's not that 2 for 4, 500 at batting. I mean, he's consistently keeping up. He's staying afloat with his success as he's tearing apart every single pitcher in this league.
Leads the league in hits. 16 of them.
And he does good things when he gets on base. He's scored 11 runs, which is also the most for this team. He's every part of their offense, it seems like, and also has a couple home runs as well. And here's a guy.
So with that sac fly, Mann's accounted for 18 of the Cavemen's 49 runs, either driving them in or scoring them. And there's a chopper to first. Schmidt slaps the tag on Schallenberger and a scoreless third for Plasmeyer. We head to the 4th. All knotted up at 1 here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. Austin Schmidt will get things started for the Falcons here in the 4th. Connor McKenna working into the fourth inning. Has matched his summer high with 3 innings. Pitched 3 innings about a week and a half ago against the Eagles. Here now working against Austin Schmidt, 4-5-6. Middle of the Falcons order due up here in the fourth. 1 run apiece for each of these ball clubs in the first inning, and a scoreless second and a scoreless third. Each pitcher has worked 3 innings and given up just 1 run. One run, 2 hits, 2 errors so far for the Falcons. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for the Cavemen. And that's chopped out to short on a 3-1 count. Brendan Claus on the first for the out number 1.
Number 9, Michael Long.
So 1 away here in the fourth inning. Connor McKenna settling into this ball game. 1 away here in the fourth now for Michael Long, who drove the base hit up the middle his first time at the plate. First pitch swing, a big swing and a miss from the outfielder out of MICDS and University of Central Missouri.
And drilled his right. He smoked that ball to center. And we've seen him really start to square up the baseball pretty consistently.
And that's roped to the left side. A diving attempt by Claus, but it's off his glove. And a 2-for-2 afternoon so far for Michael Long. A couple of well-struck base hits.
He swings the bat with great intent, great authority. And he keeps his head on the baseball, so he's able to drive the ball to all fields. It's a great approach that he has at the plate.
Now Cade Hull almost gets hit with that pitch on the pitch inside. McKenna looking for the ground ball action in both bullpens. Ben Prywitch getting loose out there for the Cavemen, in case McKenna can't work out of this fourth inning. Sam Grace getting loose for the Falcons in their bullpen.
And Hull, the rising freshman, as we mentioned, he already has a really nice swing. Purdue commit. And he's recently additioned. This is just his 3rd game here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Played on the Gamers with Gus Poulos and Ian Losey since they were all 13 years old.
Sporting the blue Gamers helmet. Cade Hull at the plate, the Purdue commit, and a 2-1 count. Now 2-2. You talk about his swing. There's a lot of moving parts at the beginning, but once he gets into his swing, very directional, good lower half, and his quick hands get to the ball very quickly. The 2-2, fouled away.
Yeah, you mentioned the pre-pitch routine that a hitter does, the moving parts, but he gets his foot down, and he has some good power. We saw him drive a ball the other way for a home run, but he can get to any pitch, it seems like. He has great fundamentals at the plate.
That's chop foul, and you look at guys like Gary Sheffield, Kevin Youkilis, you can do whatever you want before you load, but once you load and get into your swing, most of these hitters, their swings are virtually identical, getting to and through the baseball. They might look a little different start to finish, but in the middle, most of their swings are very, very similar.
Yeah, especially depending on the type of hitter they are. But, yeah, most power hitters have similar, angles to the ball and stuff, and that's a pretty good point you make.
He swings through that one. He's now 0 for 2. Or actually, yeah, that's strike 3. A little confusion there. Our scoreboard was right. Strike 3 on Cade Hull. Second time he's gone down on strikes.
I think he thought for a second that it wasn't strike three. Maybe he was hoping it wasn't, so he could
Maybe
get
try to
another
convince
shot at it.
Try to convince the umpire that it wasn't strike three. Maybe get the umpire to second guess himself. Colin Parrish fouls that one away at the plate
Hey,
for
but
strike one.
you got to cut them a slack. I mean, especially with Hull. He hasn't played in a game in so long, and he's probably used to hitting off a machine or something or off the tee or whatever they do to train. They have some great facilities at All-Star Performance where a lot of the gamers train, and off whatever machines. Like, you're not used to having to leave the cage after just 3 strikes, so it makes sense.
Stay in there as long as you want.
Staying there all night long working on your swing.
Blisters, calluses, and all. And that's rope down the third base line, but foul, strike 2 on Colin Parrish. Grounded into a fielder's choice. Just be to throw it first. So 0 for 1 for the Quincy University outfielder. Serving as a designated hitter for Micah Plasmeyer for the Falcons here today. 4-5-1 coming into play. Trying to get back to 500. Cavemen 3-6-2. 2-2 count. Connor McKenna trying to work through 4 innings of solid work. You would assume this would probably be his final inning of work with the action down there in the bullpen. A new summer high. His previous high was 3 innings, 3 2/3, and looking for a complete 4 if he can get Colin Parrish right here. The 2-2. Chop fair, and Luke Mann steps on the bag for out number 3. We're halfway through here in game 1. And we're all knotted up at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Code Ninjas O'Fallon's located on the Deerberg Shopping Center, Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon's where you can find them, right at the intersection of Highways K and N. Kids ages 7 to 14, they'll learn how to code by building small video games with the help of their wonderful sensei instructors. Those students will start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. Come today for a free 30-minute session and try it out. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/Mo-O'Fallon or call 636-851-9634 to get started. That's Code Ninjas O'Fallon. codeninjas.com/Mo-O'Fallon. 636-851-9634 is how you can reach them. Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. New arm for the right-hander new arm for the Falcons. It's the right-hander out of Middlebury College, Sam Grace. He comes on in relief of Michael Plasmeyer to work 3 innings through 42 pitches. 3 hits, 1 run, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Fine outing for the Tampa Bay Rays minor leaguer, Michael Plasmeyer. And he gives way to Sam Grace here in the 4th. We're halfway through. Each team scored a run in the first inning, but nothing doing since. 3 straight zeros put up by Connor McKenna, 2 straight for Plasmeyer. And now Sam Grace on in relief of Plasmeyer. And a 1-1 ball game. Falcons trying to get back to 500 at 4-5-1. Cavemen trying to get things back on track at 3-6-2. Mitch Daniels will lead things off. Daniels, Bunton, and Claus, 5, 6, and 7. For the Cavemen, Daniels reached on an error his first time at the plate. And again, we saw a great command out of Plasmeyer. A lot of strikes. 8 of the 12 hitters he faced, he threw a first pitch strike. And he gives way to Sam Grace here in the fourth.
And no walks, he was efficient as well. Just 42 pitches through those 3. Surrendered a couple hits in that run in the first, but just like last time, he settled in, did well, and that changeup was really impressive today and threw a lot of breaking balls early in the count, so he showed his command and got a nice little inning, nice little session of work, 42 pitches.
And that pitch misses. Down low to Daniels, 3-1. Daniels works a leadoff walk. He's on base for the second time. Reached on the error the first time. A base on balls here, and he has himself a leadoff walk. And Sam Grace will have to try to work around it. Talk about leadoff walks all the time. Can Grace work around it? A lot easier said than done. Now Andy Bunton with a runner on first, nobody out. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Flew out to Alex Hoff for the final out of the first inning. His first time at the plate. Here hitting with nobody out in the fourth. That's popped right over our heads for strike 2. So an 0-2 count here for Grace after the walk. Again, Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here on Carshield Collegiate League TV, as we will be all summer long. As Bunton chops that one to third, a chance for Fay. 5, 4, and the throw to first is wide. So Bunton reaches on the fielder's choice, 5-4. Daniels is out at second, Bunton on first. Don't think the throw would have gotten Bunton anyway. Good speed going down the first base line. And that'll bring in the Harris Stowe Hornet and former Holt Indian, Brendan Claus. So now Andy Bunton on first. Mitch Daniels retired on the fielder's choice. And Grace looking for another ground ball off the bat of Brendan Claus. Bit of a slow start for Mr. Claus. 2 for 20 on the summer so far for Claus, an RBI. Couple of walks, has been hit by a pitch. Playing shortstop and hitting 7th for Will Bradley and the Cavemen. And he looks at ball 4. So his third walk of the summer now, and a couple of walks in the inning. Fielder's choice, and now runners on first and second. And the Cavemen threatening here in the bottom of the fourth. Good speed with Bunton out there at second. Outfield fairly deep for Nick Rose. And the 6'3" sophomore from Chesterfield, Missouri. 6'3", 185 pounds. He fires a strike in there on Nick Rose. Rose struck out swinging. There goes Bunton for third and a stolen base. No throw from Stouse. Claus stays put at first. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Grace still looking for the double play, but now has to deal with a runner on third and Andy Bunton. Cavemen scored their only run on a sac fly by Mann back in the first. That's chopped slowly. Fay on a couple of hops, looks the runner back and fires on to first.
Great play by Fay. Strong throw, but a good job to give that little hesitation move to Bunton to not let Bunton advance. There is runners on second and third, but that's a big out right there and big play by Fay.
And that's just how you teach it. Play it on a couple of hops, look the runner back, make sure he's not pulling a fast one on you. Bunton has very good speed at third. Give him a little, just give him a look, little hesitation. You still have time to get the runner at first with how shallow that ball was hit. But now a base hit would likely score a couple. Claus out there at second, Bunton at third. And the ninth place hitter, Tyler Headcamp, who lined out to Nick Hoffman at second his first time up. Trying to extend the inning to the leadoff hitter, Zach Floyd. Here in a 1-1 count against Sam Grace in relief of Michael Plasmeyer, who worked 3 innings of 1-run ball. The 1-1. Breaking ball gets away from him. Headcamp looking for his first hit on the summer. It'll be a big one here. If he can deliver, he chops that one foul. Grace 8 2/3 at Middlebury this spring. Last spring, rather. That's blocked nicely by Staus. Count goes full. Just one appearance for Mr. Grace. 3 2/3 innings this spring for Middlebury College as a sophomore. Trying to work a scoreless fourth here and keep this ball game tied. 3-2 count to Tyler Headcamp. And he walks him, and now the bases will be loaded. 3 walks in the inning for Grace. And that brings in the top of the order, Zach Floyd, who already has a base hit to his credit so far. He scored the only run for the Cavemen. If he can put a ball in the outfield, in front or between any of these outfielders, will give the Cavemen the lead. One for 2 on the afternoon so far for Floyd. That base hit and a strikeout. Trying to come through with the bases loaded, 2 away here in the fourth. Bunton on third, Claus at second, Headcamp at first. Good breaking ball on the outside corner from Grace, and he's 1 strike away from stranding the bases loaded. Neither team has scored since the first inning. Cavemen trying to come through against the reliever Grace. The 0-2. Just a bit outside. Floyd after that base hit, now 3 hits on the summer. Scored 4 runs, has driven in 1. He's been hit by 4 pitches. The 1-2. Down the right field line, that's slicing, and it is foul. Just a bit fouled on the right field line. Just a bit behind that pitch, tried to take it the opposite way. A good approach with 2 strikes. But just a bit too late, and we'll do it again. Bases full of Cavemen. 2 away here in the fourth. Sam Grace trying to work around 3 walks. The leadoff walk was erased on the fielder's choice. The 1-2, chopped to third. Fay's been busy this inning, and he fires high to first, and Schmidt slapped the tag on him, but the ball pops away, and 2-run score on the play. Cavemen take a 3-1 lead.
Wow.
Unusual play there as Staus went up and got it, or Schmidt went up and got it. Slapped the tag on Floyd, but the ball pops out. And 2-run score on the play, and the Cavemen take a 3-1 lead.
And good job by Floyd, somebody who hits at the top of the order to be able to get on, put it in play and give his fielder a shot. Fay had been active this inning, but the throw was a little high, and the tag made the ball going right after applying the tag. It caught loose from the glove.
So give Fay an E5 on the throw. Couple of runs score, both unearned, of course. And now Colin Turnbow with runners on the corners, 2 away. Cavemen still threatening. Now with a 3-1 lead here in the 4th. And what do you know? The leadoff walk that base runner didn't come around to score, but a couple of runs score in the inning. 3 walks and an error. Result in a couple of runs for the Cavemen, and that one is in the hole. A sliding play by Nick Hoffman. Nice play for out number 3. Cavemen strand a couple, but they do get a couple of runs. We head to the 5th. They lead at 3-1. Falcons coming to bat, down 2. Again, this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco Recycling recycles non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics. They've been doing that since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601. Or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Ben Prywich into the ball game in relief of Connor McKenna, who worked 4 innings, giving up 1 run on 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks for McKenna. First pitch swinging by David Olenek, 8-9-1 for the Falcons here in the 5th, as they now face a 3-1 deficit as a couple of runs scored on the 2-out error. Now 3 errors on the Falcons in the field. 1 run, 3 hits, 3 errors for the Falcons. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Cavemen. And Olenek chops that one foul as Rose pounces on it. Strike 2. Prywich, 4 2/3 innings work so far. This is his 4th appearance here this summer. Control has been a bit of an issue. 11 walks to just 7 strikeouts for Mr. Prywich. Good stuff out of the left arm. Just needs to find the command, and he finds the command there. A soft ground ball over to third. Olenek hustling all the way, but a strong throw over by Bunton for out number 1. So Olenek now 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. And now the second baseman out of Maryville, Nick Hoffman. Hoffman struck out swinging against McKenna. Back in the second. One of McKenna's 3 strikeouts. Nice job by McKenna, working 4 innings of 1-run ball, and he gives way to Prywitch here in the 5th. With a 2-run lead, 3-1, Cavemen on top. A couple of runs scoring on the error in the 4th. With 2 outs, and the bases loaded. A high throw by Andrew Fay on a slow chopper, and Austin Schmidt tried to slap the tag on the runner, and the ball popped out. And a couple of runs scored. That was Zach Floyd running down the first base line. And Bunton and Claus scored as Hoffman rips that one to third. Bunton, 1 hop over to first to make a play, Andy Bunton. A 1-hop scorcher down to third, and Andy Bunton snags it on a hop on the dive and fires on to first for out number 2.
A couple nice plays by Bunton. He wakes up a new reliever into the game. They say, welcome to the hot corner. Ben Prywitch has to be thanking his third baseman. A couple of great plays to start off this inning. And that one of the best we've seen this summer.
They call it the hot corner for a reason. He's been busy this inning. Both balls have been hit his way.
And after not getting a ball all game long, welcome to the ball game. And he's ready. He stayed locked. That's what you got to do as a fielder. You may get one shot all game long, but all the guys in the field got to be ready.
Your pitcher's counting on you to make a play. You never know where that ball is going to be hit.
Sometimes you don't get a ball for 3-4 innings, and then back-to-back balls come your way. So you have to be locked in, and that's why they call it a mental game as well, because you're ready to make those plays when you're going through the ground ball line, but each pitch it's taxing to be locked in every single time.
0-2 count here to Alex Hoff. Swing and a miss. 1-2-3 inning for Mr. Prywitch. Got him on the changeup. A couple of ground outs, couple of plays over by Andy Bunton at third, and a strikeout. Ends the inning. We're through 4.5. Cavemen holding on to a 3-1 lead. So a couple of nice plays at third by Andy Bunton and a strikeout and a 1-2-3 top of the 5th for Ben Prywitch, and he turns things over to his offense. Heart of the order coming up. 3, 4, and 5. Mann, Schauenberger, and Daniels against Sam Grace, who worked the 4th inning in relief of Michael Plasmeyer. Couple of unearned runs. Did surrender 3 walks. But the error with 2 outs brought in a couple of runs, and now Luke Mann will try to get things started. A sac fly and a base hit, 1 for 1 with an RBI. First pitch swing, he swings to that one for strike 1. So Mann now hitting an even .500 on the season, 16 for 32. Eight of those hits have gone for extra bases, so 8 extra base hits and 8 singles as he skies that one into deep center. Alex Hoff tracking to the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. Luke Mann extends the Cavemen lead to 4-1 on his 3rd home run of the summer. An absolute towering fly ball to center field, straightaway center, and Luke Mann extends the lead to 4-1. So Luke Mann extends the Cavemen lead to 4-1, a towering fly ball to center field. And 9 extra base hits now on the summer for Luke Mann, his 3rd home run.
He didn't even get all of it, and he goes dead center. I mean, he flies that one to center field, as you mentioned, a towering fly ball. But he didn't even absolutely have to lay into that one. He has great strength and still goes dead center as it gets over the wall.
Here's a guy who has great strength.
Oh, man.
He was messaging us about a potential Car Shield Collegiate League home run derby. Nothing official on that front yet, but we'll keep you updated. We love to see it, that's for sure.
And he'd be a guy who'd be fun to watch him. Berger, Tate Matheny, obviously the guy who just hit Luke Mann. There'd be some big-time pop in that home run derby. Austin Schmidt, Wade Stouse, definitely.
A lot of guys in this game would be part of that home run derby.
No doubt. And I think Damian Henderson could be a sleeper in that one. He hit one of the farthest balls I've seen, really just ever. He crushed that ball, at least in person.
Yes.
For at this level.
Yeah.
That was crushed to right field. There's been a couple no-doubters.
We've seen some no-doubters. We've seen
like
some
the
wall
bat
scrapers,
flips.
but
Yeah.
home runs nonetheless. And that's chopped high to the right side. Hoffman will take it, and Schallenberger beats the throw to first.
There you go.
Schallenberger showing off the wheels a little bit.
He had to last time. He tried to do a little deke move coming out of the line, but this time he gets himself a single, and that's what you get hustling down the line.
He's got his 2nd hit of the game. He doubled back in the first, so Schallenberger now 2 for 3 with the infield single. It's still nobody out here for Mitch Daniels. I'm just talking about his power, and what does he do? Legs out an infield single. And Mitch Daniels looks at a ball. Daniels reached on a walk and was retired on a fielder's choice. Also reached on an error, so he's been on base a couple of times. But 0 for 1. Check on Schallenberger at first. Grace concerned about those wheels that Schallenberger just showed off on the infield single.
Got to respect it. From the designated hitter coming off the bench and, not playing in the field, all you got to focus on is get some hits and run the bases.
Some guys like it. Some guys like to play the field to keep yourself in the ball game, keep the blood flowing a little bit. Some guys like the fact of just being able to focus on one thing. It all really depends on the person.
Hey, everybody in the MLB is going to like it this year. Like it or not, they're going to have it.
Yes.
It'll be fun.
Both leagues with the designated hitter. Seems like they're headed in that direction for a universal DH in both leagues.
It really just has to happen, just with 2 leagues with different rules. I mean, obviously there's a lot of commentary on that about the game, but.
There goes Schallenberger for second, a hit and run, and Schallenberger's going to go over to third. Perfectly executed hit and run. And a base hit for Mitch Daniels. Just how you draw it up.
Cavemen have something brewing here.
Beautifully executed hit and run, and now runners on the corners. And none out for Andy Bunton, who made a spectacular diving play at third base and now a chance to come through with an RBI here, infield back in double play depth. 4-1 after the home run by Mann, and that pitch misses inside. Sam Grace, one of a couple pitchers of the same name that train at the same facility at Premier Pitching Performance. He and also another pitcher named Sam Grace from this area. The Sam Grace of Middlebury College. And that hits Bunton, and now the bases will be loaded with nobody out.
Number 5, Brandon Claus.
So Cavemen a chance to break this game open. The home run by Mann, and now 3 straight have reached for Brendan Claus. The lead just sits at 3, but it could be a lot more by the time this inning's over if Grace can't get this inning under control. Ari Gordon getting loose down there for the Falcons. Bases loaded, nobody out for Brendan Claus. A home run by Mann, an infield single by Schauenberger. A base hit by Daniels on the hit and run, and then the hit by pitch of Andy Bunton. And now Brendan Claus in an 0-1 count after that breaking ball drops in for a strike. Claus walked and scored his last time up in the 4th. 0 for 1 on the afternoon for him. Swing and a miss. So an 0-2 count. Grace. A strikeout would be humongous right here. Infield and double play depth. The 0-2. Pop foul out of play. Schauenberger at third. Daniels at second. Bunton at first. A couple of base hits and a hit by pitch have loaded the bases. Cavemen with already 1 tally in the inning looking for more. There's a base hit through the right side. Claus has at least 1 RBI. Daniels is going to try for home. The throw from right field's not in time. And the runners advance, and that throw is going to get into center field. So 3 runs are going to score, and the Cavemen have broken it open. It's 7-1. A Little League triple for Brendan Claus. He'll get a couple of RBIs, and the run scores on the throwing error by Wade Stouse. So the base hit for Claus. And Mitch Plasmeyer will have a word with Mr. Grace as Claus advances to third, and the Cavemen with 4 runs in the inning have broken it open. By Mann, and now 3 more runs have come across to score.
A crooked number here. The Cavemen really breaking this game open, and they've wanted to get their bats going, but they take advantage, and Luke Mann starts it off with a home run to center, a couple singles, a walk, and then another knock by Claus as they've gotten around to Grace.
And that's chopped, and Claus is going to come across to score, so Rose an RBI as he chops it to Grace, and now it's 8-1. So now 5 runs in the inning for the Cavemen, and now the base is empty, but still only 1 out in Tyler Headcamp. Oh, and 1 count on Mr. Headcamp. Reached on a free pass his last time up, also lined out solidly to second, so 0 for 1. Put a couple of good at-bats out of the 9-hole. Zach Floyd, the leadoff hitter, on deck. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back outs for Grace. And now there's 2 away. Floyd has reached base a couple of times, just once via the base hit. Floyd, a .400 hitter at St. Charles Community College. Does a little pitching as well. 14 games for the Cougars this spring. Originally out of Lutheran St. Charles High School. 35 at-bats on the spring for Floyd. 14 hits, a home run and a double. He swings and misses. He's 1 for 2. Or 1 for 3, rather, here today. Hitting out of the leadoff spot for the Cavemen. Will Bradley trying to get him going. Just had a couple of hits on the summer coming into play, but he's already got 1. And he swings and misses. A couple of strikeouts for Grace as Staus fires it down to Schmidt. 5 runs in the inning for the Cavemen. They've broken it open. As we head to the top of the 6th, Will Connerly will have the last couple innings for you. 5 runs the inning, and the Cavemen lead it 8-1 as we head to the 6th here on Car Show Collegiate League TV.
Just a reminder, this inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They have a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, electronics, they want to recycle it, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996. An 8-1 ball game after a crooked number is put up last inning by the Cavemen. 8-1 on top are the Cavemen. 2, 3, 4 due up now for the Falcons. Wade Staus, the catcher. He's popped out a couple times. 8-1 ball game. Staus been a big slugger so far this summer. He hits this one towards the left side up in the air. Left fielder Mitch Daniels comes under it and collects it. Staus 0 for 3 today. Now Andrew Fay comes up. Originally Ben Swords was starting this ball game, hitting third and playing third base, and hit a home run in the first inning, but after his at-bat in the third inning, he got a little shaken up and didn't go out to play defense the next half. So Fay in the 6th, it's his first time at the dish after Swords exited the ball game. We mentioned you don't see him exit ball games all that often. Started all 111 games for the Webster University Gorlocks. He was a mainstay in their lineup, and he hammered a home run to left field in the first inning in the top of the first to give the Falcons a 1-0 lead. But they have surrendered 8 unanswered runs and trail 8-1 here in the top of the 6th. 2 balls and a strike. Ben Prywich, the pitcher on the mound, a swing and a miss right there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. After Connor McKenna worked 4 innings and threw 63 pitches, he surrendered just the home run to Ben Swords. That pitch is up and away, and then he gives way to Ben Prywich, who worked the fifth and now out here for the sixth. A graduate of Parkway Central. As the southpaw delivers the full count pitch, gets a swing and a miss, 2 away. Ben Prywich featuring some nice stuff today, has a fastball in the mid-80s. Mid to upper 80s for the left-hander is where he can peak at. He'll face now Austin Schmidt. The left-handed pitcher played with the Rawlings Tigers select baseball team when he was growing up here in the St. Louis area. As we mentioned, Parkway Central High School. Stands about 6'3". The 1-0 pitch to Schmidt. Taken inside for a strike, a ball and a strike. As a 6'3", 175-pound left-hander works here against Austin Schmidt. That ball's hammered towards right center. Schmidt has himself a home run. It hits on top of the visiting clubhouse. Austin Schmidt takes it the other way, and the Falcons now have 2 runs, both on solo shots. And Austin Schmidt belts his 4th home run of the summer, a team lead. Hammering that ball on top of the visiting clubhouse. 4 home runs for Austin Schmidt, a team lead, 13 runs batted in, and 4 home runs. That's for the tops of the team and the league. We've talked about it all year long, as Long has another single to center field just like he did in the second. 3-for-3 day for Michael Long. He's swinging the bat well. But Austin Schmidt, man, oh man, we've talked about him this summer, how he's been able to produce consistently. And Lindenwood University, the GLVC school, is getting themselves someone with a ton of pop, can hit the ball to any field, and just has great discipline at the plate as well. He doesn't swing at too many bad pitches. He's an RBI machine right now with 13 RBI on the summer so far. And his 12th game here with the Falcons, 4 home runs again, both leading the league here. Tough feat to do with so much talent that we see. Austin Schmidt having himself a summer. So 8-2 after the pop out to Luke Mann by Cade Hull for the 3rd out. A couple solo shots for the Falcons, but they trail by 6. We send it to the bottom of the 6. You're watching CCL TV. Bottom of the sixth, Colin Turbo, Luke Mann, Mark Schallenberger. After 5 runs were scored last time the Cavemen came to the plate in the 5th inning, here in the bottom of the 6th, they have a comfortable 8-2 lead. And now face someone that gets guys a little uncomfortable, the very hard-throwing right-hander Ari Gordon, new reliever into the game after Sam Grace win a couple innings, surrendered 7 runs, just 4 earned on 2 strikeouts, 54 pitches, and 3 walks as Ari Gordon comes to the plate. To the mound, rather, in relief for his first inning. He's shown some electric stuff this summer. This is his 4th appearance. He's thrown 4 innings. Has had 5 strikeouts. He has good strikeout stuff with good velocity. We saw him really throwing hard his first time out. Was sitting in the low 90s and peaked at 96. He misses away with that pitch. 3 balls and a strike to Colin Turnbow. Luke Mann on deck, who's 2 for 3 with a home run. Turnbow today, 0 for 3. That pitch is missed upstairs, and Turnbow reaches on the free pass to start off the bottom of the 6th inning. Now comes Luke Mann. Luke Mann hitting .500 this season, Shane.
He just keeps pouring it on. Another 2-hit day, another home run, another extra base hit. We almost come to expect it. We expect a couple of hits with an extra base hit mixed in there at least, and par for the course.
17 knocks this summer for the Mizzou Slugger. Has a great stroke from the left side, and as you mentioned, it produces a lot of extra base hits as well. 9 of his hits have been for extra bases, over half of them after that home run he hit to dead center field back in the 5th inning.
We want to get excited about him, but we almost come to expect it by now. A couple of base hits, a home run, ho-hum.
And he's getting on base 57% of the time. He's just producing runs. He leads the team in runs batted in, runs, home runs, doubles, every category. He's on top. And somebody that you don't really want to pitch to. Ari Gordon doesn't seem like it. A 3-0 count. A swing and a miss, 3 balls and a strike as Mann let it rip.
They're leading by 6 runs in the 6th inning, the 3-0 count. Let it eat. They're swinging the bat as well as he is. Then you connect on another one.
The 3-1 offering from Ari Gordon. The breaking ball is taken for a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mann had 8 knocks this past spring for Mizzou, and he rips this one toward right. And it's gone. Mann has another home run, his 2nd of the day. A 2-run home run here in the 6th. He homers in the 5th. He homers in the 6th. He has 4 on the season, and he continues to torch every single pitcher he sees as the Mizzou Tiger trots around the base pass. 10-2, the Cavemen are on top.
Why even pitch to this guy at this point?
And
word.
We see his Twitter handle, Superman. It seems like he's been just like that so far this summer. 4 home runs this summer. He has 3 hits today. He's 3 for 4 with a couple home runs. A league-leading 18 hits so far this summer. And by the way, this is the team's 12th game with 18 hits. Double-digit runs scored, double-digit runs batted in, 4 home runs, and 10 extra base hits. As Schallenberger hits this one towards center, Alex Soff is under it, and will catch that one for the first out. We talk about Luke Mann, and he's having himself a day. He's accounted for all the scoring, it seems like, this season for the Cavemen. Scoring runs at such a high clip, driving them in at such a high clip. His first at-bat, he had a sacrifice fly to get a run batted in, and then he's had a single and 2 home runs, so he's 3 for 3, rather, with the sacrifice fly, not going against his average. He's done a great thing, had a quality at bat every single time he's been at the plate. Knocking that home run over the big wall in right field. That ball's popped up in foul territory. Austin Schmidt will catch that one. Austin Schmidt and Luke Mann battling it out right now for the home run crown, as they both have 4 this summer. A couple guys breathing down their neck as well. It'll be a fun race to the finish to see who can get it. Mann has been really squaring the baseball up. He's shown his gap-to-gap power, but he can put it out of the ballpark in a hurry. He has already a couple times today, and 4 times this summer. He's 3 for 3, as we mentioned, building himself a nice little highlight reel every time he comes to the ballpark. So after the walk and the home run, a couple outs by Ari Gordon, Andy Bunton now comes to the box with 2 away and nobody on. But when we talk about, man, there was a reason he was the Gatorade Player of the Year and All-American. And a big-time Mizzou commit, as that pitch is missed inside. He can do it both, but predominantly known for his bat. Also can exceed 90 miles an hour on the mound, has great command, and we've seen that a couple times, him come out and close games out as well. And still has all his eligibility left, as spring athletes got their eligibility back because of the shortened season. The season being canceled by the NCAA, and then also in 2019 he received an NCAA medical red shirt. He was shut down in mid-March, but getting a lot of playing time as a redshirt freshman this past spring, and the Tigers ought to be happy with his performance on the mound and at the plate. He's been nothing short of probably the unanimous MVP we've seen so far this summer. Brennan Claus now comes to the plate. After the 2-out walk, Andy Bunton reaches base, and the shortstop comes up. He's 1 for 2 with a couple runs scored, walked in the 4th, had a single in the 5th, and struck out looking in the 2nd. That ball's hit well to left. Under it is Michael Long. He takes a few steps back and catches it for the 3rd out. So the man home run adds to the lead. 10-2. Cavemen on top. We send it to the 7th. Just a reminder, this inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Interco Recycling has a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, they can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Ben Prywich coming out. He's trying to close things down. Pitching the final 3 innings of work, he would be going for the save, getting that save that you see, potentially not the save situation when a pitcher will come in a close ball game, but when the team has the lead and he can throw the final 3 innings, he can get that. McKenna in line for the victory. Colin Parrish, David Olenek, and Nick Hoffman. We'll try to say something about that. 7-8-9 due up for the Falcons, who trail by 8 runs here in their final shot in the top of the 7th inning. Prywich comes set, the 1-1 pitch to Colin Parrish, the Quincy University outfielder. Was redshirted this past spring. Wearing number 25 this summer. For Josh Kiesel and the Falcons, he's playing the outfield a lot. He's a designated hitter today. We've seen him in left when he does play the field. In the 7th spot, playing DH, hitting DH today for Kiesel. He reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning and grounded out. Back in the 4th, his 3rd plate appearance here in the top of the 7th. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Prywich here in his 3rd inning of work. His only blemish has been that Austin Schmidt home run to right field. Hit it on top of the visiting clubhouse. You saw Luke Mann hit one down the right field line. I wasn't sure if it was going to stay fair. The umpire deemed it was a round tripper, and it was a 2-run home run for Mann last half. But last time that the Falcons were at the plate, Austin Schmidt hit a home run, so Schmidt hits his 4th home run to lead the league, but Mann responds with his 4th, and now they're both tied. As Mann had a couple home runs today, Schmidt and Mann, the 2 at the top of the table for home runs. Schmidt is heading to Lindenwood by way of Jeffco, and Mann is former Vianney standout at the University of Missouri, was in his redshirt freshman campaign this past spring. Prywich on the mound facing now David Olenek.
And you see those trees that encircle this ball field. They're about the same height all the way around. Mann's home run, just to give you some perspective, not quite sure if you could see it, but it went about 3/4 of the way up those trees, and those trees are another, probably I'd say 50, 60 feet beyond the right field wall. So an absolute bomb by Mann.
It's big time, and then he goes dead center on a pitch that he didn't even square up, it felt like. He didn't fully get the ball, all of it, and he goes dead center on a towering fly ball that leaves the yard. But you know when he squares something up, and that's exactly what he did last time at the plate. But you mentioned it, he can muscle the ball out of the park. He has a couple times. 3 balls and no strikes. Prywich gets that one over a strike to David Olenek, the right fielder. Olenek reached on a walk in the 2nd, grounded out in the 5th. That ball's grounded up the middle, step on 2nd, but not a throw over to first. Colin Turnbow steps on 2nd to get the lead runner. And Olenek reaches on the fielder's choice. That brings up Nick Hoffman. Nick Hoffman has made a couple great plays. He had that diving play at second base, and we alluded to it earlier when he was at the plate about at Maryville. He only committed 1 error in over 45 chances. He has a great glove for the Saints, and he's been all over the turf today, making a couple of nice plays, sliding and diving in shallow right field for one of them. He has a great glove, but the play of the day definitely has to go to the guy at the hot corner right now, Andy Bunton, laying out and hammering it, just drilling the ball over to first. Shane Holsey was on the call, and you were saying that was something special. He got back-to-back balls hit right at him, and he fires it over to first. Has a really strong arm despite not having a huge frame. And also, just like the way he plays, he's going all out for balls left and right. Even though he hadn't got a ton prior to that one, he's ready for it when they came at him. The 0-2 pitch. Foul back.
You mentioned that he never had a ball hit to him the whole game before that, and he has two in a row. Two pretty tough plays, and the second one even tougher. And on a plate like that, on a long throw, Bunton has a strong arm, but if you can give your first baseman a nice long hop instead of short hopping him or giving him that in-between hop, it makes it a much easier play for the first baseman.
Pitch is foul back again. This is Nick Hoffman trying to grind out an at-bat. We've always called the seventh inning here in the Carcio Collegiate League the wild inning. Everything's gotten a little crazy. Is there a little more craziness involved in an 8-run difference between the two teams? Who knows? The pitch is taken upstairs, but can the Falcons muster up that comeback? It'll take a while, but it'll take a lot out of the Falcons as they're bringing up the top of the lineup after this, so we will see. Nick Hoffman with a runner on first and one away, facing off against Ben Prywich. Pitch missed low.
And even in a 10-2 ball game in the last inning, these at-bats still count towards your statistics. So every hitter wants to grind out an at-bat. Doesn't matter what the score is. If you're up by 10, down by 10, tie game, down 5, up 5, doesn't matter.
Prywich gets the strikeout, 2 away, now just 1 out away. Prywich looking for the save and looking to get a Caveman victory. They're in search of their 4th win of the season. Falcons, they can't muster up the comeback, would fall to 4-6-1. And the Cavemen would improve to 4-6-2. The likely scenario, but Alex off the top of the lineup, due up. He's 0 for 3 today with a strikeout. Wade Stouse on deck if the game shall extend. Ball's grounded to Claus. He'll flip it over to Turnbow. That's a final, 10-2. Luke Mann with a couple home runs. He goes 3 for 3 with 3 runs batted in. Just par for the course day at the ballpark for Luke Mann. Connor McKenna, the Truman State right-hander, gets the victory, and Ben Prywich gets the save. It's a 10-2 final. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. Cavemen defeat the Falcons 10-2. Stay tuned in about 20 minutes for another game. These $5 frenzies. Come out to the ballpark if you want to see a baseball game for $5, or stay tuned with us. You'll see one for free in about 20 minutes between the Gems and the first place Eagles.
We are just about ready for game 2. It was a offensive onslaught by the Cavemen in game 1, a 10-2 victory, a decisive victory over the Falcons. They pick up their 4th win and move to 4-6-1. Falcons fall to 4-5-4. 4-6-4 rather. And it's the Gems and the Eagles here in game 2. Take you through the Gems lineup. They'll be the road team on the scoreboard. 3-5, Josh Gibson, Jack Rigoni, Tyler Fogarty, Gage Cruz, Tommy Woods, Lane Barrymore, Matt Westfall, Nick Wilkie, and Jacob Gentry. The order for the Gems. Gibson will lead things off against the new arm here in the Carshield Collegiate League, Brady Chanul. He's in the minor leagues for the Milwaukee Brewers, 6'3", 180 pounds, out of the University of Iowa. And the first pitch to Gibson, swung on a miss, strike 1. We're going to see a lot of velocity from this right-hander, formerly of the University of Iowa and Parkland College. He was actually drafted 3 times while in college. The 3rd time in the 27th round by the Brewers. He's currently in their minor league system, the hard thrower in the low to mid-90s. A lot of velocity from this right-hander.
And in his minors career, hasn't had any starts yet. Although 60 innings pitched, he's thrown in 38 games, all out of the bullpen.
Getting the start here for Forrest Herman and his Eagles in first place at 7-3. Gems at 3-5. And that's inside to Gibson. Chanul for the Rocky Mountain Vibes in 2019. Appeared in 21 games. A 4.76 earned run average as he surrenders a strike to Gibson. That looked inside. Gibson thought so too, but the count goes full at 3-2. 39 2/3 innings for Chanul. .70 strikeouts in those 39 2/3 innings. And a broken bat, foul ball. As the bat went all the way to the baseline between second and third. And Gibson will get a new piece of lumber.
You talk about coming inside with some velocity and sawing someone's hands off, and that's really what he did right there.
Literally.
And you'll see some velocity today on both sides, both pitchers, low to mid-90s. So it should be a good pitching matchup today. A minor leaguer and someone who's likely headed that way, the Missouri State closer on the other end, Hayden Younger.
Hayden Younger will get the start. He started last night, just pitched the first inning before the Storms moved in, so he gets the start for the 2nd straight day. We'll see him on the mound in the next half inning. A right-hander out of Missouri State. Brady Chanul in a full count here to Josh Gibson. Gibson working a nice at-bat here and a full count. The 3-2. Outside corner, got him looking. Strikeout number 1 for Chanul.
And you talk about bringing the rain coming. Hopefully, for Chanul's case, he can get through these first 3 hitters without facing Gage Cruz, because that's the one that brought the rain last night with the 5th home run of the day, the moonshot. And after that, we had a rain delay that ultimately canceled or postponed the game.
We'll make that up at a later date. That's to be announced. So the Gems have had some tough luck. We've had a power outage, and they've had a game postponed. Hopefully the rain stays away this afternoon. There's some threat of rain in the area, but so far so good. It's been a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day. Cloud cover a little more prominent now as we head into the early afternoon hours as Jack Rigoni fouls that one out of play.
You mentioned the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Somewhere also another pitcher on Forrest Herman's staff for the Eagles, Jackson Sigmund, spent a little bit of time there in the Brewers organization. Both a couple pro arms towing the rubber.
0-2 to Rigoni. Went with the breaking ball, but it stayed up on him just a little bit.
And look for a lot of strikeouts from Chanul. He had over 100 strikeouts in 59 2/3 in his minor league career. Has some great stuff. That velocity really plays at a high clip.
Command can be a bit of an issue at times, but he racks up the strikeouts at a very high rate. Has issued 47 walks in those 59 2/3, but 102 strikeouts, so over 2-1. The 1-2-2 is hit in a shallow right. Steven Randazzo coming in, and he camps under it for out number 2. Take it around the horn for the Eagles. Start with the outfielders. Damian Henderson in left, Aaron Hopp in center, Randazzo in right, Noah Jacobson at third, Peyton Leeper at short, Jalen Jones at second, Ole Arntzen at first, and Hamilton Anderson behind the plate, catching Brady Chanul. So 2 up, 2 down here in the first. And now Tyler Fogarty. And the former Chaminade Red Devil looks at ball 1, 1-0. Fogarty on the summer, 6 for 24. Does have a home run, has driven in a couple, scored 4 runs. Has been hit by 3 pitches. That's tops on the club. A double and a home run, then 4 singles to make up the 6 hits. Getting on base about 38% of the time. And he pops that one up on the infield. Chanul should have a 1-2-3 first inning, and he does as Jones puts it away. A strikeout, a flyout, and a pop-out. And Chanul is through 1 scoreless. We head to the bottom of the first. Eagles coming to bat. No score here on CarShield Collegiate League TV.
How many games did he pitch?
Eagles coming to bat. No score here in the bottom of the first. Hayden Younger gets the start for the second straight day for the Gems. To read you through the lineup, he will face Aaron Hopp, Damian Henderson, Noah Jacobson, Peyton Leeper, Ole Arntzen, Hamilton Anderson, Steven Randazzo, Jacob Bauer, the designated hitter, and Jalen Jones. That's the order for the Eagles, and they go to task against the right-hander out of Missouri State. Hayden Younger got the start last night, worked a scoreless inning before the game was postponed, and he's back out there here this afternoon, and the first pitch is swung on and missed by the Webster University Gorlock outfielder Aaron Hopp. Younger, a prominent member of the Bears pitching staff down in Springfield. Served as their closer, had a very successful freshman campaign, and was off to another nice start as a sophomore. Struck out 13 batters in 9 innings of work, just a couple of runs. Had a 3.81 ERA out of the bullpen as a freshman in 2019. 7th most appearances in the Missouri Valley, made 26 appearances as a freshman. And that's chopped out to short. Lane Barrymore takes it on a couple of hops and gets the speedy hop at first by about a step for out number 1. Taking around the horn for the Gems, it's Jacob Gentry in left, Jack Rigoni in center, Tyler Fogarty in right. Tommy Woods at third, Lane Barrymore at short, Josh Gibson at second, Nick Wilkie at first, and Matt Westfall behind the plate, catching Hayden Younger.
And you mentioned those 26 total outings. That's second on the all-time MSU freshman appearances list. I mean, he was used a lot as a freshman, predominantly as the closer out of the bullpen, but he went 5 innings a couple of times. He has some length now getting the start for Justin Paulson's Gems.
There's a swing and a miss. Pulled the string on Damian Henderson for strike 2. And the Cincinnati Reds signee in an 0-2 count. And he swings and misses. 2 up, 2 down for Younger. So Henderson goes down on 3 pitches, and now the third baseman this afternoon, Noah Jacobson. Noah Jacobson out of Potosi, Missouri. Going to Southeast Missouri State. His sister Sarah actually runs track at Mizzou, so very athletic family, the Jacobson family. Jacobson, a .465 batting line with 3 homers as a senior at Potosi High School. Hit .480 as a junior. All district and all conference all 4 years in baseball and basketball. Dual sport athlete as he goes down swinging. A couple of strikeouts for Younger. And a quick first inning. And we head to the top of the second. No score. Jim's coming to bat. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League TV. A reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Our friends at Interco have been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400-square-foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, or on the internet at itcscrap.com. Our friends at Interco, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Both pitchers throw a 1-2-3 first inning, and we're already into the second. Gage Cruz will lead things up for the Gems. Tommy Woods and Lane Barrymore to follow 4-5-6. For the Gems, should anybody get on, Matt Westfall will hit. Brady Chanel back out for the second inning. Both these pitchers sitting in the low to mid-90s. And that pitch is a fastball up and away for ball 1. Chanel got a strikeout and a couple of fly balls, one in the outfield, one on the infield, for a 1-2-3 top of the first. 1 ball, no strike count to Gage Cruz, who hit an absolutely mammoth home run last night was the only scoring of the game before it got postponed after the first inning. As the sky was getting dark, Gage Cruz launched one into the night sky and cleared the fence and didn't quite see it come down all the way, but probably cleared the bullpen out in right center. Big swing and a miss there. Cruz has a couple of home runs this summer, and they've both been no doubters. From the left-handed batter's box, hit one over the big right field wall. This one a little more to the left over that short wall. Chanul working quickly, changing up his timing a little bit, and he blows it past Cruz for strike two. It was a 1-2-3 first. Chanul looking for the first out of the second. That one's outside. Cruz 4 for 23 on the summer, not counting that game last night. Couple of home runs. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Chanul. Blew the fastball right by him. Cruz chased ball 4. And 4 batters and 2 strikeouts for Chanul. The hard-throwing right-hander bringing electric stuff to the Car Shield Collegiate League and the Milwaukee Brewers organization. And there's a good breaking ball in there for strike one. Tommy Woods at the plate with nobody on and 1 away. Woods just 2 for 13 on the summer, but he's gotten on base 56% of the time. He's received 11 free passes. By far tops on the Gems. The 0-2, swing and a miss. He went around, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Chanul here in the second. We had a feeling these first few innings might fly by with the 2 irons we have on the mound. And they've proven so here in the first inning and a half or so. 3 strikeouts for Chanul and 5 batters. Now Lane Barrymore. Another breaking ball, strike 1. Barrymore backed away from it. Chanul working from the stretch, the 0-1. Another breaking ball. That one he pulled across his body a little bit for ball 1. Barrymore 4 for 17 on the summer. 3 runs driven in, scored a couple.
And you mentioned both the starting pitchers today have electric stuff. They're both from the east side of the metro area, across the river, Chanul, Belleville East, and Younger, O'Fallon Township High School on the Illinois side, but both good programs, and both are bringing electric stuff today with good velocity and also command of the fastball early on.
Chanul looking to strike out the side in order, the 1-2. Fouled away. Couple of strikeouts in the first for Younger. 3 strikeouts already for Chanul. As we play here in the top of the second, no score on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Thank you for joining us wherever you're watching, however you're watching. Thank you for tuning in on a beautiful afternoon for baseball. The 1-2. Sprayed foul. Past Ole Arntzen down there at first base. Steven Randazzo will retrieve that baseball.
And as you mentioned, it's pretty impressive to be drafted 3 times, and you kind of take a bet on yourself from Parkland a couple times, then Iowa. Continuing to move up the ranks, but it's paid off for the hard-throwing right-hander.
That fastball gets away from him. Just a bit outside. As the great Bob Uecker once said in a fantastic baseball film. Two and two, the count on Lane Barrymore. Chanul looking to strike out the side. The 2-2. Check swing. He went around. Strike 3. Chanel strikes out the side in order. We head to the bottom of the second. Both pitchers look sharp here in the early going. We're through 1.5, no score. Through 1.5 here at Car Shield Field, game 2 of today's doubleheader. No score. Eagles coming to bat. It's been 6 up, 6 down for Brady Chanel and 3 up, 3 down for Hayden Younger. Peyton Leeper gets things started. The switch hitting middle infielder looks at ball 1, 4, 5, 6. Leeper, Arntzen, and Anderson. Facing Hayden Younger back out for a second inning. Leeper laces that one into center. Jack Rigoni traces it for out number 1. Well struck ball into center field by Leeper, but nothing to show for it.
And Shane, he had a good inning last night. A couple of the first inning of work looks good. Getting another out to start this, kind of picking up where he left off. You mentioned it in the first inning. He was having a great season. 4 saves. An underclassman is coming in as the closer and a 2 earned run average. This guy is electric, has a very bright future at the next level.
Electric stuff out of the right arm. Still only a sophomore. And already a prominent member of the Missouri State Bears bullpen. Ole Arntzen in a 1-1 count. Make that 1-2. Good breaking ball there from Younger.
Yeah, and they used him in the rotation a little bit, but they saw that he was so good out of the bullpen, a 3.8 ERA out of the bullpen, which was the best on the team, and they used him a ton.
There's a strikeout, blows the fastball right by Arntzen for out number 2.
That's just a here's my fastball, try and hit it. It was more center cut, maybe a little inside, but it's hard to get around. When pitchers have velocity of 90+, can get up to 94, 95, you can come inside on guys like that. And Arntzen's a guy who predominantly likes going the other way, it seems like. So coming inside on a guy who likes to do that, it's tough to get around on 90 miles an hour like that.
Younger bringing the cheddar here in the first couple of innings. He blows that one by Anderson. That changeup is outside, 1-1. And talk about when you're facing a hitter that likes to take the ball the other way. You want to challenge him inside, make him prove he can pull the baseball. The only time we've really seen Arntzen pull the ball with authority was that home run he hit. Otherwise, everything's been up the middle the opposite way. 1-2 count here to Hamilton Anderson. He chops that one over to first. Nick Wilkie on a couple of hops, tosses over to Younger. And a 1-2-3 second inning, 6 up, 6 down for both hurlers through a couple of innings. The first 2 innings have flown by. We head to the third. Will Connerly will handle the middle innings for you here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. No score between the Gems and the Eagles.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If you got scrap metals, batteries, electronics to recycle, you can call them 1-877-258-3601 or go to itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. New arm on the mound. Eli Acton, he was impressive last time out for the first place Eagles. Acton went 4 innings and struck out 6, allowing no runs. Here making his second appearance in the Car Shield Collegiate League after Chenul impressed with 6 up and 6 down while striking out 4 batters. Chenul, as we mentioned, a 2-time All-American at Parkland College. He broke a school record for single-season strikeouts and strikeouts in a career, then took his talents to Iowa, was drafted twice out of Parkland, and then out of Iowa as well. As Acton now comes on the mound, facing off against Matt Westfall, 7-8-9, Westfall, Wilkie, and Gentry. As that ball's grounded to the left side. And foul. Acton, as we mentioned, very impressive last time on the mound. Features a nice breaking ball that he's got over a couple times to get ahead in the count. And that's how he had 4 scoreless innings. Pitch misses low as Acton and Westfall battle to start off this inning. Acton facing off against the Quincy University catcher Matt Westfall after Chenul was very impressive. Went 6 up, 6 down, grounded to the left side. Coming up to make the play is Jacobson, but they call that one a foul ball. So do it again, leading off the top of the third. No scores. It's been a pitching matchup so far here in the second half of this doubleheader between the Gems and the first place Eagles. The team at the top of the table at 7-3 in the Eagles, and the Gems who are 3-5 at the bottom of the table. Acton gets a swing and a miss. As the changeup runs arm side, and Westfall works a 3-2 count, but goes down swinging. Now Nick Wilkie comes to the plate. That's 4 straight strikeouts swinging for Gems hitters. 5 strikeouts in 7 at-bats. As Acton continues on the success that Chenul had. Jacobson coming up to get it, firing it over to Ole Arnson at first, and 2 away, 2 quick outs. After Westfall worked a long at-bat, he ultimately strikes out. And a quick ground out by Nick Wilkie. Jacob Gentry coming to the box.
How smooth was that by Jacobson, a natural shortstop playing third base? They say if you're a shortstop, you can play anywhere on the infield. Boy, that was smooth as silk by Jacobson.
Jacobson, known for his offense, some of the best in the league, but also flashing the leather a little bit, coming up on that ball and making a running throw. Very difficult to do, keeping his balance. And he had the big 6'5" frame to throw it to in Ole Arnson.
That always helps.
Base.
That always helps.
Acton gobbled up 4 innings last time on the mound. We'll see if Forrest Herman wants to deploy him in a similar capacity today after Chenul win a couple innings. We'll likely see maybe he goes 3-4, and then they have one more pitcher close it out. we've seen with Forest Term, and their pitchers have usually been on a pretty strict schedule. He kind of plans things out before things get started because he looks at the workload that each pitcher had previously and sees how he can build on that for each pitcher. Obviously, there's some in-game management, but a lot of it's taken away because of the unique situation you have with different arms in different capacities, and that's why you see them try to take care of all these pitchers and try to get them their workload as they get ready to go to their schools this coming fall or back to their pro teams. That's a ground ball to the shortstop, thrown over to first, and a quick heading for Eli Hecton. He comes out of the bullpen and goes 1-2-3. We send it to the bottom of the third, no score. Rising freshman at Missouri State, Noah Berkey on the mound. New arm out of the bullpen after Hayden Younger tried to impress us all. He did just that. He threw 21 pitches, 17 of them for strikes. He had absolute command of the strike zone, and the sophomore at Missouri State carved through 6 up, 6 down of the first place Eagles. And we mentioned he was a big-time arm for Missouri State as a freshman. And then this year he was off to a great start, had a 2 ERA, and 4 saves, was working out of the back end of the bullpen. First offering from Berkey, he slips a little bit off the mound before we get to tell you a little bit about him. And on this artificial surface, sometimes you see pitchers slip and fall, hoping he is all right. The right-hander, as we mentioned, going to be at Missouri State this coming fall, and there's a lot of pitchers in this league that are young arms, and he's another guy who can reach 90 miles an hour. They want to give him a practice pitch to make sure he's all right. But you look at Cole Schrader, you look at Eric Loomis, and even the position players like Spencer Nivens, and they already have a great young staff. Hayden Younger, somebody else, Nick Schmidt, who was a big part of the pitching staff as an underclassman as well. So they have some big-time promise from underclassmen pitchers at Missouri State. And then you kind of look at the latter side of that and some of the success that they've had at Missouri State. You look at the Corn Belters, Tate Matheny and Jake Berger, who have then passed then, but they had so much success there as well. They're a big part of this league as that ball's hammered to the right side and foul. And you can't forget about Joe Lincoln, manager for the Hoots this summer, an assistant coach at Missouri State who's seen all these players in many different capacities.
He's seen some of the best of the area talent come through. It's quite a treat when you get to coach young talent like that. It really, really humbles you as a coach. Being able to coach such pristine talent in this area really makes you appreciate the job you do and the job you do molding these young baseball players into great, maybe professional ball players, but most importantly, great young men.
Ball hit up the middle, and Steven Randazzo, the Drury Panther, gets himself on base. So the first base runner today for the Eagles. After Hayden Younger worked a couple scoreless innings, striking out 3. We got to mention it again, 17 of 21 strikes. But Steven Randazzo in the bottom of the third gets on base. We'll see if anything's brewing. The designated hitter now coming to the plate for the first time in the bottom of the third inning, Jacob Bauer. Randazzo's on first. And Berkey on the mound. New addition to the roster for the Gems. And he's inked to play at Missouri State. A product of Poplar Bluff High School. He's a third-generation Bear, following his father, who lettered in baseball in 1985 and 86, and grandfather, John Berkey, who was on the 1963 football team at Missouri State. Third-generation Bear coming up. As Berkey works with a runner on first, who's taking off. Bauer grounds it to the right side. Wilkie dives to stop that one from going to the outfield and steps on first. For the first out, runner on second advances in Randazzo after the single. So 1 away and 1 out for Jalen Jones, the 9th place hitter in the lineup.
That's a long way to get down there for Wilkie. He's a big guy over there at first, but made a nice athletic play. Took away a base hit and kept Randazzo at second base. He's headed to third if that ball gets in the outfield.
Berkey, someone with a very clean delivery, consistently works in the upper 80s, can peak around 90 miles an hour. As that pitch is missed low, he's working to Matt Westfall. And it's cool that he gets to commit to a university that he's had a strong background with in his family, as we mentioned, a third-generation commit. As his father, Stacy Berkey, lettered in baseball for the Bears, and grandfather John Berkey was a member of the football team. As a 6'3" right-hander delivers the pitch, it's grounded to the shortstop lane. Barrymore throws it over to first. Nick Wilkie, 2 away, runner at third. Mentioned Poplar Bluff High School. He's coming off a 2019 season, which we give for these high school kids statistics. A lot of them no high school ball played at all. That's why we see so many talented rising freshmen to big-time schools, Power 5 conferences across the country. We see a lot of these, like Tyson James, one of them to be, rising freshmen that are getting a lot of time. You see another one added today, Cade Hull, and another Division I promising arm on the mound, Noah Berkey. Can Wilkie make another play? He flips it over to Berkey, and Berkey works a clean bottom of the third inning. We send it to the fourth. You're watching CCL TV, no score. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They have a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company wants to recycle large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics, you can call Interco Recycling 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling and electronics recyclers since 1996. Top of the lineup, due up, Josh Gibson, Jack Rigoni, Tyler Fogarty. His first pitch by Eli Ekton missed low and away. Ekton, as we mentioned, 4 scoreless innings in his first time out. This is his second appearance and second inning of work as he worked a clean 1-2-3 inning to the bottom of the Gems order. Gibson grounds it to the right side. Arnson is going to step on first base. As Gibson got tied up on that pitch, Ekton came right up in his kitchen, and he hit it off the end of the bat to the first baseman, Ole Arnson.
10 up, 10 down for the Eagles pitching staff. No base runners. Just one base runner for either team. This game has absolutely flown by. Started just after 1:30. We're already in the 4th inning.
Eli Ekton facing against Jack Rigoni. High strike percentage for these pitchers today. That's been a big contributor to their efficiency on the mound so far. That ball is grounded by Jack Rigoni. Rigoni has great speed. Started 51 games in center field at SIUE as a freshman in 2019. He takes a strike from Ekton. Clocked at 6'6" in the 60-yard dash. He was 25 for 25 on stolen base attempts at Jefferson College as a sophomore. At the top of this order, hitting behind Josh Gibson, the leadoff hitter, as Ekton's breaking ball misses upstairs. Up and in. And the right-hander from Northwest Missouri State delivers the pitch. It's grounded to the shortstop, thrown over to first, and there's 2 away. So still the Gems struggling to get anything going. We'll see if Tyler Fogarty can't turn that around. As Ekton looks to retire the side in order for the second consecutive inning. Doing the same thing that Brady Chanul did to start off this game. He went 6 up, 6 down with 6 strikeouts. The right-hander in the Brewers organization was drafted 3 times, twice out of Parkland, once out of Iowa. A 2-time All-American at the junior college level, set a career strikeout record for the JUCO powerhouse Parkland, who he led to a 3rd-place finish in the JUCO World Series. Pitch taken for a strike to the 3-hole Tyler Fogarty. So after the ground out to the shortstop by Rigoni and the ground out to the first baseman by Gibson, Tyler Fogarty comes to the plate with 2 away in the top of the 4th inning. The 0-2 from Ekton. Breaking ball gets away from him. Ekton from Warrenton was a prominent member of the Warriors baseball team in 2017 and 2018. Was a freshman this year at Northwest Missouri State as Fogarty rips that ball to center field. It hits off the wall. Fogarty has extra bases. He thought about rounding second, but he holds up at second, pumping the brakes with a double as Fogarty now in scoring position for Gage Cruz.
See if the Gems can't get something started with 2 away here. Never out of any inning until you make that final out. And the man can put him on the scoreboard right here, Gage Cruz, with 1 swing of the bat. Fogarty, great speed out there at second, so any base hit he'll likely score. Infield or the outfield's going to be pretty deep here for Cruz.
The pitch to Cruz, taken up and away. Mentioning Cruz with that big-time home run. Now facing off against the redshirt freshman this past spring from Warrenton, Missouri, Warrenton High School, Eli Ekton. His second inning of relief, the first base runner to reach for the Gems was Tyler Fogarty, who just knocked the double. Now on second base, and Gage Cruz and hitters count, 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch taken up and away. Ekton had 3 innings pitched at Northwest Missouri State for the Bearcats this past spring. Both of his appearances came in February, but it didn't seem like it last time he was on the mound. 4 scoreless innings, and he's trying to work through 2 scoreless here and strand a 2-out double by Tyler Fogarty. Fogarty, a St. Louis native who originally made the commitment to Notre Dame but transferred to SLU at the semester. On second base, looking to try to give the Gems a lead. With the open base, Gage Cruz goes to first. So runners on first and second after Cruz draws a walk. And that brings up Tommy Woods. All this talk about Missouri State today brings up Tommy Woods, who originally went to Missouri State before transferring out. But Forrest Herman now wants to talk to Eli Ekton after Gage Cruz reaches first base. Gage Cruz does have some big-time power. He was a freshman at Western Illinois University from Belleville, Illinois. Did have a start there. As we mentioned, he does have some pop, a couple big-time home runs this summer. The runners on first and second. 2 on and 2 out for Tommy Woods, who struck out swinging against Chanul, the starting pitcher for the Eagles. Now in relief, Eli Ekton in his second inning of relief. So the first 2 base runners that reach for the Gems come on back-to-back batters. The double by Fogarty and the walk by Gage Cruz brings up Tommy Woods. First pitch missed for a ball. Second pitch is popped up towards Oli Arnson, and he catches it for the 3rd out. A couple runners stranded. Still no score. We go to the bottom of the 4th.
Just yet.
Damian Henderson, Noah Jacobson, and Peyton Lieber do up 2-3-4 for the Eagles. No score here in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's been a pitcher's duel so far. As Hayden Younger went a couple innings to start things off for the Gems. He went 6 up, 6 down through 21 pitches through 2 scoreless. Was a sophomore this past spring at Missouri State. The big-time roll out of the bullpen. He was their closer. One of the most appearances ever as a freshman for the Bears in 2019 with 26 appearances. But he lays things off to a future Bear. A barehand play by Tommy Woods, but safe at first. Woods had to come up on that, but he hands things off to Noah Berkey. Berkey coming up from Poplar Bluff. And he's taking his talents. He'll be a rising freshman this coming fall at Missouri State. So a future Bear hands it off to a future Bear gets handed off to a Bear who's a big prominent member of that pitching staff in Hayden Younger. Now the second inning of work for Berkey, but a runner reaches on the infield single, and Damian Henderson, the recent Reds signee, a two-way player, can play the outfield and can also pitch. Here in the bottom of the fourth, no score, but a runner getting on to start things off as Noah Jacobson comes to the box.
On that play, that was kind of a ball kind of hit in no man's land. Woods did all he could do, made a nice barehanded play, throw in the first. And it was an excellent stretch over there by Wilkie. He went out and met that baseball, almost stolen out, but Henderson, pretty good speed, beat that one out by just about a step.
Pitch missed upstairs by the 6'3", 185-pound Poplar Bluff High School native. In 2019, had a pretty good season. Helped out the Mules. He went 5-1 with a 2.34 ERA, 47 strikeouts in 31 2/3 innings. And he was entering his senior prep campaign shooting for a third consecutive all-conference and all-district nod. He was ranked by Perfect Game as the number 11 right-hander in the state of Missouri in the 2020 recruiting class. That's a swing and a miss on the upstairs fastball by Noah Jacobson, one away and one on. The one on Damian Henderson, who reached on the infield single to start the inning. That brings up Peyton Lieber. We see a couple of big-time Missouri State commits. Someone else in this league, Eric Loomis, who was the 10th ranked pitcher. So by Perfect Games nominations, they get the 10th and 11th best ranked pitchers in the state of Missouri. Headed that way. The throw down by Westfall on the steal attempt by Damian Henderson is a little wide. Gibson catches it before it goes to the outfield, but Henderson has himself a stolen base. That stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Runner on second is Damian Henderson, and Peyton Lieber in the box trying to drive him in. No score here, bottom of the fourth. Berkey delivers the pitch. It's hit to center field. Henderson's going to come around to score. The throw to the plate. Not in time. Cut down by Jack Rigoni. As Henderson tried to steal, but the game still no score. Big-time defensive play by the center fielder.
That's a chance you got to take with one away. On a base hit, you're not getting many scoring opportunities, but tested the arm in center. Rigoni, an accurate strike right on the money. Perfect one-hop throw for Westfall to handle.
Great play by Rigoni. A big-time arm. A starting center fielder at the Division I level for SIU. He shows why. Big-time speed and a big-time arm to cut down Damian Henderson trying to come home. Ole Arntzen now coming to the plate. Struck out swinging last time. So 2 away and 1 on for Ole Arntzen. Was tearing it up at Wabash Valley. He's committed to SIUE. Has a couple home runs this summer as well. Just a really good job of hitting the ball the other way. Saw him pull the ball into the left field bleachers the other day, a swing and a miss by Arnson. A healthy 2-0 hack. 2 balls and a strike now with a runner on first. Arnson takes that fastball for a strike. Arnson coming into this game 5 for 19. Hitting .263, getting on base 44% of the time. With 2 home runs and 1 double. So 3 extra base hits and 2 singles for the SIUE commit. As he fouls that one back to the screen, Peyton Leeper was in motion. No score, bottom of the 4th. Great pitching so far. So Hayden Younger start things off for the Gems. Big-time Missouri State arm. Brady Shanugle on the other side. Shanuel, excuse me, on the other side for the Brewers. Organization with a nice 6 up, 6 down. Striking out 4 batters, striking out the side in order in the 2nd inning. They've both gone to the bullpen, but things have stayed clean after Jack Rigoni had a big-time arm to cut down Damian Henderson at home. A ground out to first by Arnson, and we're still scoreless. After 4, we send it to the 5th, no score. Sending brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, electronics, if anything they need to recycle, they can call 1-877-258-3601 or go on the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996. Top of the 5th, Lane Barrymore, Matt Westfall, Nick Wilkie due up here. No scores so far. It's been a pitcher's duel. Last inning, we thought maybe some score was going to happen. Damian Henderson got on base and tried to come around on a single to center field, but Jack Rigoni cut him down to preserve the game with no score as Lane Barrymore comes to the box and a new pitcher on the mound. Ian McMahon, the left-hander, gets the first pitch in there for a strike. 3rd time we've seen him this summer facing off against Lane Barrymore. the Quincy University infielder who's transferring to Three Rivers College. Matt Westfall on deck, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. As Ian McMahon making another appearance for Forrest Terman. You see him out here out of the bullpen. Barrymore goes down on strikes as they throw it around the horn. Westfall comes to the plate after McMahon comes out of the bullpen and strikes out the first hitter he sees. McMahon in his third appearance. He's thrown 3 1/3 prior to this. He's surrendered 10 earned runs and 6 hits. Has struck out 5, walked 3, and a couple hit by pitches. The southpaw now works to Matt Westfall, the catcher. A swing and a miss on a 2-ball, no-strike offering from McMahon. Last inning, a very close play at home, but the umpire makes the call out. It was a great throw by Rigoni. A little controversial play, but it goes to the way of no score still preserved in favor of the Gems, who cut down the runner trying to come home. And Damian Henderson, Westfall swings through that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The third pitcher we've seen for the Eagles was Shanuel, then Ecton, and now McMahon. Shanuel went 2 scoreless. Ecton went 2 scoreless with pretty similar lines. Ecton with 33 pitches, Shanuel with 32 and 4 strikeouts. Westfall strikes out there, so McMahon gets a couple Ks to start off the top of the 5th. Now Nick Wilkie.
All the pitchers are feeling it today. Sun's coming out, ball's jumping out of their hands.
Nick Wilkie now in the box playing first base today. We've seen him make a couple diving plays at first to kind of help these pitchers out who we've mentioned have been carving today, both sides. The 0-1 pitch missed a little outside. Ian McMahon in his third appearance. He comes from Benton, Illinois, 5'10", 200 sophomore. The left-handed pitcher had 4 appearances for John A. Logan at a 3.52 ERA for the Vols in 7 2/3 innings. Did notch 2 wins on the mound and had 7 strikeouts in 7 2/3. A 1-2-3 inning. McMahon strikes out the side. We send it to the bottom of the 5th, no score. Hamilton Anderson, Steven Randazzo, and Jacob Bauer. A couple of Drury Panthers, and then Jacob Bauer coming to the plate. Central Methodist is his school, and the rising freshman at Missouri State on the mound for another inning of relief. Younger went 2 innings, and now the 3rd inning of relief. For Noah Berkey, the 6'3" right-hander from Poplar Bluff. The 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Nice stuff from Berkey as they throw it around the horn, getting Hamilton Anderson swinging. His pitching has been superb today.
And the Bears got themselves a couple of lively young arms, don't they? At least 2 we've seen in this game for the Gems. Younger and Berkey absolutely bringing it this afternoon.
And Younger, it seems like he can't miss. He was 17 strikes and 21 pitches. You felt like it was just getting teased seeing him on the mound just for 2 innings. Everybody wanted a show out of him. Obviously, hopefully get to see him more action in the CarShield Collegiate League, as we're just a handful of games away from the halfway point. Seeing what players can maybe turn it around and have a good second half of the summer after adjusting to a long off period. It could be telling, and you talk to some of the pro guys or some of the college guys, and they've had to make adjustments in terms of the pitchers they've seen and the velocity that they see, because it can be a lot different from a high schooler all the way to a professional player. We have a wide array of players in this league. And the Berkey got the ball right back to him, threw it over to first, but Nick Wilkie came off the bag, and that's safe. Be an infield hit for Steven Randazzo. Brings up Jacob Bauer. The ball just dribbled right back to Berkey. Tough play to make, but hustling down the line. Give Randazzo the credit. And he beat the throw there almost, it seemed like, but Wilkie had to climb up there to get that ball. Came off the bag, and Randazzo got on first as the first pitch is fouled away.
Only player to reach base multiple times, Randazzo.
And a scoreless ball game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So 1 out and 1 on for the designated hitter, Jacob Bauer. A swing and a miss. He goes down on strikes. Matt Westfall trying to catch Randazzo sleeping, but he gets back to the bag. Jalen Jones coming to the plate. So a couple of strikeouts sandwiched in between that as an infield single as Berkey tries to work his 3rd scoreless inning. A ball, no strikes. First pitch missed from Berkey. In the box is Jalen Jones, the 9th place hitter, laying second base. Grounded out last time. A check over on the runner. Randazzo gets back in no time. No score here. Bottom of the 5th. As this game comes down to the pitching today. All goose eggs on the scoreboard. No offense can muster up anything, it seems like. And you got to attribute that to some great pitching. You see a right-hander out of the Brewers organization who was drafted 3 times. Hard-throwing, mid-90s, low to mid-90s. Drafted a couple times out of a powerful JUCO, Parkland, who he helped reach the JUCO World Series, and then he lays things off to Eli Acton. Acton, who very promising arm at a powerful Division II, Northwest Missouri State. This is all for the Eagles, and then off to McMahon, who strikes out the side at another big-time junior college, John A. Logan. And for the Gems, it's been Hayden Younger, the underclassman, who logs up innings for the Bears. Another low 90s fastball, and then a rising freshman on the mound now, Noah Berkey, who has 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Noah Berkey retires the side. He's worked 3 scoreless. The incoming freshman at Missouri State looking good in his first appearance in the Car Shield Collegiate League. No score. We send you to Shane Holsey and the 6th inning next on CCL TV.
Reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Our friends at Interco have been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, Interco can handle it for you. Just call 1-877-258-3601, or you can head to itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's for all your recycling needs. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. New arm for the Eagles. That's the right-hander Evan Ramsauer out of Jefferson College, formerly of Troy Buchanan High School in Lincoln County, Missouri. He'll take the mound for the 3rd time here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. 3 innings worked so far. Worked a scoreless frame against the Corn Belters on the 12th, and then 2 days later on the 14th, 2 innings and a couple of earned runs and 3 strikeouts and a walk, and 1 hit against the Hoots last Tuesday, and he'll work to Jacob Gentry. He'll lead things off. 9-1-2 for the Gems here in the top of the 6th. It's been a pitcher's duel if you're just joining us. Haven't missed much except some fantastic pitching here in Game 2. No score here in the 6th, as that one almost hit him again. So a 2-0 count. Ramsauer, the 4th pitcher for the Eagles. Chanul worked a couple scoreless. Acton likewise. And then McMahon, a scoreless 5th. And now Ramsauer here in the 6th. That pitch is in there. Strike 1 to Jacob Gentry. Grounded out to short to end the 3rd inning. The Eagles started this ball game by retiring the first 11 batters they faced. And then a double and a walk. Acton stranded those runners there. And since then, it's been 4 up, 4 down. Just 2 base runners for the Gems. 1 base hit, 1 walk. 3-1 count here to Jacob Gentry to lead off the 6th. And there's a walk. Second walk of the game for the Gems. Gentry is on base for the first time. And he represents the go-ahead run back to the top of the order, and Josh Gibson. So a Jeffco pitcher will have to face a Jeffco hitter right here. Ramsauer against Gibson with a runner on first. And nobody out here in the 6th. Gems looking to strike first. I hope they would strike first if you're Justin Paulson and that squad. Strike first earlier, but hey, you'll take it any way you can get it. If you can get a run here in the 6th. And Gibson looks at strike one. Ramsauer, as I mentioned, out of Troy Buchanan High School. Always a fine baseball program in contention in the Gateway Athletic Conference every season. Gibson squares around a bunt and takes strike two.
And we're approaching that 7th inning in the CarShield Collegiate League. It's kind of shaping up to be another one of those games, as we've had so many times, so often here in the CCL.
I mean, look at the team who's in the field right now, the Eagles. You'd expect it. 0-2 count here to Gibson. Swing and a miss. Gibson goes down on strikes for the second time. You know, when the Eagles are involved, usually the 7th inning is going to get a little interesting. 3 walk-off wins of their 7 wins the Eagles have. A couple of walk-off home runs, in fact. One in the 7th inning, one a pseudo walk-off grand slam by Peyton Leeper.
Seems like every 7th inning, no matter the team, it gets a little tricky trying to close those last 3 outs.
A little dicey.
And that's how things are shaping up right now with no score as we approach the final inning.
Who's going to come through and give their team the lead? Somebody's got to score if they want to win. We have seen an extra inning ball game. Seen a few ties. And that gets away. But no advance as it comes right back to Anderson. Jack Rigoni at the plate. 0 for 2 on the ball game so far. A fly out and a ground out. Going to be very tough to double up him, even if Ramsauer does roll a ground ball. Rigoni runs exceptionally well. He cut down the potential go-ahead run at the plate. Damian Henderson back in the 4th. And so far, no one has scored. So that play looking ever more prevalent as this game rolls along. The 1-1 upstairs. Good hitters count here for Rigoni, the SIU Edwardsville starting center fielder. Started all 51 games as a freshman in 2019. 6 foot, 190 pounds. Clocked at 6.6 seconds in the 60-yard dash. Very, very good speed. The 2-1. Breaking ball gets away from him. Ramsauer in danger of walking the first two hitters here in the 6th. He walked Gentry, got Gibson on strikes. Now a 3-ball count to Jack Rigoni. There goes Gentry for second. It doesn't matter. It's a walk. 2 walks in the inning for Ramsauer, and now the go-ahead run is in scoring position.
Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Runners on first and second, 1 out. And another dangerous bat, Tyler Fogarty. As I mentioned, originally committed to Notre Dame. Transferred to SLU as a freshman in 2020 in January at semester. So was sitting out the 2020 season regardless after transferring. Now runners on first and second. Big spot here. Ramsauer trying to keep the game tied. Fogarty trying to come through for the Gems. Control abandoning Ramsauer a bit here in the 6th. He's walked 2 of the first 3 batters he's faced. A strikeout sandwiched in between a couple of walks. 1 ball, no strike count, and Hamilton Anderson will call time and reset things here with runners on 1st and 2nd. 1-0 count to Tyler Fogarty. Outfield straight away. Up and in, ball 2. No activity in the Eagles bullpen. 2-0 count here to Tyler Fogarty. A good hitter's count here. Will he take a pitch or will he let it rip here on 2-0? He takes ball 3. Ramsauer trying to avoid walking the bases loaded. Needs to come back with a strike here and a 3-0 count. 1 away here in the 6th. 2 runners on for the Gems. Goes to the breaking ball on 3-0 and drops in a strike. Still needs to throw another one here on 3-1. Does he go to the breaking ball again or does he challenge him with a fastball? The 3-1. Upstairs, he walks the bases loaded. Gentry, Rigoni, and Fogarty have all walked. And Forrest Herman a slow walk out to the mound. As now there's some stirring out there in the Eagles bullpen. Forrest Herman taking his sweet old time walking out to the mound to let his reliever get his warm-up pitches started. And they'll have a word with Ramsauer with the bases loaded 1 away. So before this inning, the Eagles had, the Gems rather had 2 base runners all game. And now they've gotten 3 free passes here in the 6th. And a dangerous bat at the plate, Gage Cruz. The Western Illinois Leatherneck steps in with the bases loaded 1 away. Big spot here in the late innings. Bases full of Gems. The first pitch from Ramsauer. Swung on and belted. Deep right center. Touch 'em all. Gage Cruz, a grand slam. 4-0 Gems. Second home run in as many days.
There you go, Gage Cruz, starting to heat up. After last night, he brought the rain. Hopefully he doesn't here. Man, oh man, a grand slam.
You walk the bases loaded, and Cruz makes him pay with a grand slam, and he puts the Gems ahead in grand style.
No scoring all day long, but on one swing of the bat, you put 4 runs on the board. Big-time fashion for the Leatherneck Gage Cruz.
3rd home run of the summer for Cruz, 2nd home run in as many days. Now Tommy Woods. One ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. A grand slam by Gage Cruz. And a 4-0 Gems lead just like that on one swing of the bat. 1-2 count to Tommy Woods, down low. Woods goes down on strikes. 2 away now. Ramsauer trying to keep the lead at 4. Grand slam by the Leatherneck Gage Cruz. And he's driven in all 4 runs on 1 swing. Rigoni, Gentry, Fogarty, and Cruz all score on the grand slam. We were just talking about the walk-off grand slam Peyton Leeper had in the 6th inning. Now the Gems, with a 6th inning grand slam of their own, take a 4-0 lead. Now Lane Barrymore at the plate, 1-1 count on Mr. Barrymore. A couple of strikeouts on the afternoon for him. Sprayed foul once again, 2 strikes. Boy, what a time to come through for Gage Cruz. With the bases loaded. An absolute moonshot into the right center field bullpen. Swing and a miss by Barrymore. He goes down on strikes. The grand slam by Gage Cruz has the Gems on top 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. New arm for the Gems, Josh Ray comes into the ball game now with a 4-0 Gems lead after the grand salami by Gage Cruz, driving in all 4 runs. And Aaron Hopp will lead things off top of the Eagles order. Hopp, Henderson, and Jacobson. As now they try to claw their way back from a 4-0 deficit. And that's fouled straight back for strike 1. So Hayden Younger, a couple of scoreless innings. And the current Missouri State Bear hands it off to another, who tossed 3 scoreless innings. That was Noah Berkey, and then Josh Ray now to work the 6th. There's strike 2 to Hopp. Second time we've seen Mr. Ray. Pitched an inning against the Falcons last Sunday. No earned runs, 1 hit, a couple of strikeouts. As Hop fouls that one away. Hop on the afternoon, couple of groundouts. 0 for 2. Trying to get something started and start a rally for the Eagles after the grand slam by Cruz. The 2-2. Another foul ball. We'll do it again. Matt Westfall gets a new baseball from the home plate umpire. Damian Henderson, the on-deck hitter, retrieves that foul ball. Tosses it back to the Eagles' dugout. Now a 2-2 count to Aaron Hop. Working a good at-bat here to lead off the 6th inning. 7th pitch coming up. And that breaking ball gets away. Now full count. To the Webster University Gorlock. Outfielder and point guard. Plays both baseball and basketball. Played his final basketball season this past winter. Will be returning to play baseball next spring as he swings and misses through that one. And a strikeout to get things started for Mr. Ray. Third strikeout on the summer so far for Ray, and an inning in the 3rd. And now the dangerous Damian Henderson. First pitch swing, fouls that one away for strike 1. Henderson singled and stole the base back in the 4th, and he was cut down at the plate by Jack Rigoni in center field. What would have been the go-ahead run back in the 4th inning. Instead, it was a second out. So Henderson 1 for 2. Trying to get on base for Noah Jacobson. Two-one count here to Henderson, the Cincinnati Reds signee, formerly of Cal State Bakersfield. Left-handed swinger, left-handed thrower. Playing left field here this afternoon. We've seen him on the mound a couple times, flashing 95, 96. Throwing absolute cheddar. 3-1 from Ray. Swing and a miss as a couple of raindrops start to fall.
A little rain knocking on the door, but already in the latter stages, it feels like the question of this game might be a little slippery, the final inning, but should be all good.
And a foul ball. Foul ball off the knob of the bat. Henderson trying to sell it.
It looked
like it hit the knob of the bat. Henderson's going to trot down to first. That either hit the elbow guard or the knob of the bat.
I thought it hit the knob, but
it sounded like it hit the knob.
It's really hard to tell even on replay right now. So, but I guess it hit him.
And to be a good baseball player, sometimes you got to be a good actor. And whether that hit the knob of the bat or not, Damian Henderson is on first with a hit by pitch. So now a runner on base for Noah Jacobson playing third base. Josh Ray trying to roll the double play and keep the Eagles off the scoreboard. And give the Gems a chance to add some insurance runs in the top of the 7th. So it was a pitcher's duel up until the top of the 6th when Gage Cruz launched a grand slam into the right field bullpen And now back-to-back hit by pitches for Ray. No doubt about that one.
Do Eagles have a response? 3 walk-offs, first place team 7-3, starting off the season nicely, and they're known for their pitching. They just keep punching tickets, Shane, left and right, obviously, but they're also known for those walk-offs as well, 3 of them. But they might try to get something back after Gage Cruz gets that go-ahead grand slam to break all scoring.
And how about that? After Cruz hits the grand slam, what does it start doing the next inning? It starts raining.
It does literally bring the rain. He did it last night. Last night he hits the home run. Then we have a delay, so maybe we have to ban him from hitting home runs, so no more rain.
Just put a nice little double in the gap for us. That'll do the trick. Don't have to hit a home run. And that hit him. 3 straight hit by pitches have loaded the bases for Ole Arntzen. My, how things have gotten interesting here.
And 2 pitching staffs that get things done in much different ways. The Gems now have to try to work out of a jam. You see the bases loaded for Gage Cruz, and now Ole Arntzen will have himself a shot.
He's
and
representing the tying
we've seen
run.
him tattoo some baseball so far this summer. There's a couple home runs,
Mm-hmm.
and he has power to all fields. He predominantly does like going middle away. But we talk about this in speaking with Forrest Herman and his staff, 88 strikeouts they've had in 62 innings coming into this game. The Gems with 60 strikeouts and 53. The Eagles, their stuff plays at a higher clip in terms of within the strike zone. They fan more hitters, but both staffs have limited runs in similar capacities. I think the addition of a couple of Missouri State arms to this Gem staff tremendously helps out their pitching, which has already been pretty good. We've seen on the offensive side where they've struggled hitting .233 as a team, but we shall see. It's going to get interesting again here. Bottom of the 6th, bases juiced. Tying run at the plate as it's starting to rain, Shane.
It's starting to rain. Can Ole Arntzen bring the rain just like Gage Cruz did in the top half? Bases loaded.
Oh, he brought it all right.
Same situation.
Man, oh, man. This is starting to come down.
And Arntzen fouls that one away.
Arntzen swings it with some authority. It's fun to see him.
One and one count as the rain just starting to fall a little more steadily. Kind of a heavy drizzle. A 1-1. Outside corner, good pitch from Ray. It's going to take a lot for us to go into a delay. As long as it's not a torrential downpour, there's no lightning or thunder, we'll keep playing.
Especially being so late in the ball game.
1-2, sprayed foul. He was just a bit behind it. Still got a good piece of it.
The turf field here at Car Shield Field can obviously play through the wet conditions, but if it does keep going at this clip, start to see guys potentially slipping and falling, and especially with no metal cleats allowed in this league.
That pitch misses down to Arntzen, now 2-2. 3 hit batters have loaded the bases. Ramsauer loaded the bases on 3 walks, and Gage Cruz made him pay. Josh Ray has loaded the bases on 3 hit by pitches. Can Ole Arntzen make him pay? The 2-2. In the dirt. And what do you know? The Eagles in another complicated situation here in the 6th. Tying run at the plate. Nowhere to put Arntzen. The 3-2. Hit softly to the left side. Woods can't make the play. And Arntzen reaches base. Everybody moves up. A run scores. First run of the game for the Eagles, and it's 4-1 on the error by Woods. So Arntzen puts the ball in play, especially when the rain's coming down. You put the ball in play, never know what's going to happen. And now Hamilton Anderson representing the go-ahead run.
He's had to walk off himself, a couple of them, so we'll see what he can't do here in the late innings. Things getting interesting. We were scoreless till last half, and now it becomes a nail-biter again.
There's a strike from Ray. Usually a free swinger. Anderson surprised he didn't let that one rip. Maybe going up there taking a pitch with the bases loaded. Never a bad idea, especially with a guy who's hit 3 batters already. But strike one nonetheless. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball.
And despite hitting 3 guys, he does have a chance to roll one up and be out of this inning. Be a big credit to him. Hey, you lose your command a little bit, but get right back in there as he's ahead 0-2 on Anderson.
The 0-2. Down low. Still a couple pitches to work with here on 1 and 2. Anderson struck out his last time up. Grounded out to first. 0 for 2. So 3 hit by pitches and an error have brought in the only run of the inning for the Eagles. And now a 2-2 count to Hamilton Anderson, who had one of those walk-offs, a base hit. The guy on first, Arntzen, had a walk-off home run as well. The man at third, or the man at second rather, Leeper, had a walk-off grand slam. The 2-2 swing and a miss. Big strikeout there for Ray. 2 away. So now Steven Randazzo. So one Jury Panther strikes out. Can another Jury Panther come through? Still a steady rain falling here at Carshield Field. Nothing too heavy. Josh Ray set for the first pitch to Steven Randazzo. Bases loaded, 2 away. Down low. Randazzo has a couple of base hits. 2 for 2 on the afternoon so far. Only player in the ball game with multiple hits. The 2-2, or the 1-0-1 rather. 1-0. Now 2-0. Still have that 2 for 2 stuck in my head. Now 2-0. And Ray comes back with a ball upstairs. Now in danger of walking in a run with 2 away and extending the inning to Jacob Bauer. Ray comes back with strike 1. Still needs at least 1 more, maybe 2, to get Randazzo. Ball 4. He walks in a run. So 3 hit by pitches, an error, and a walk have brought in 2 runs, and Justin Paulson will go have a word with his left-hander. And the rain starts to come down a little harder. Not enough to stop play just yet. Tying run is in scoring position. Go-ahead run on first. Jacob Bauer will be at the plate. As Justin Paulson goes out and has a word with Josh Ray. Some stirring down there in the Gym's bullpen. And we're going to have a new pitcher. Sam Limcool will come into the ballgame. We'll tell you about him right after this. Bases loaded. 2 away here in the 6th. Sam Lemko on to make his team-leading 6th appearance. He's worked 9 1/3. Has only given up 1 earned run. Struck out 8 and walked just 1. Given up just 5 hits. Lowest whip in the league, and he needs an out here against Jacob Bauer. Bases loaded, 2 away as the rain has started to fall fairly hard here at CarShield Field. The first pitch. Inside corner, strike 1 to Bauer. Leaper at third, Arnson at second, Randazzo at first. Bases loaded for Jacob Bauer. The 0-1 from Lemkool. In the dirt. Lemkool 9 1/3 innings so far. He's been solid out of the bullpen. He's been used a lot. He's thrown the most innings and made the most appearances out of the bullpen for the Gems. And that's to the right side. It gets past Wilkie into right field. Arnson is going to try to score. The throw from right field is in time. Tyler Fogarty cuts down Arnson at the plate, cuts down the tying run, and the Gems stay in front. 4-3 as we head to the 7th. The Gems outfielders have cut down 2 runners at the plate, and they have a 1-run lead as we head to the 7th. They'll look to add on. The Eagles scored 3, but they still trail it 4-3 as we head to the 7th after the throw from Fogarty. James Shaw on for the Eagles. Tyler Fogarty cuts down the potential tying run at the plate in Ole Arnson. And Arnson, we were watching the replay, almost, we didn't notice it at first, almost got socked in the face by the out call from the home plate umpire. Probably would have done more damage to the umpire's fist than Arnson's face, but nonetheless, a 4-3 Gems lead. The Eagles score 3 in the top or the bottom of the 6th, and now the Gems looking to add on in the 7th in the rain. So there were no runs in the ball game. It was 0-0 going into the 6th, and now all of a sudden it's 4-3 as we head to the 7th. James Shaw, the 5th pitcher in the ball game for the Eagles, and there's a strike to Westfall. Westfall pops that one up down the first baseline. Arnson giving chase, but it'll go out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Matt Westfall. So the second time we've seen, second time in 3 innings, an Eagles runner has been cut down at the plate. One by Jack Rigoni, one by Tyler Fogarty. And no question about this one, Arntzen was out by plenty. With 2 outs, trying to score the tying run. So the grand slam by Cruz in the top of the 6th, and then 3 runs by the Eagles in the bottom half. And now 4-3 as we play here in the 7th. And a check swing by Westfall, and he fouls it back. Westfall, a couple of strikeouts on the game for him so far. Looking to avoid the hat trick, facing James Shaw. And he will, and that's looped into left field for a base hit. 1-for-3 day for Westfall. Stuck with that breaking ball just long enough and got enough on it to serve it into left field for a base hit.
And if you fans like wild finishes, good opportunity to see them the next 3 days, as we got 3 straight triple headers the next 3 days coming up. So a lot of baseball on tap.
Plenty of baseball. James Shaw now with the runner on base. Nick Wilkie at the plate. And that gets away from Shaw, and Westfall will go to second. Shaw is making his team high 6th appearance. 9 1/3 innings so far for him. An even 3 ERA. 10 strikeouts in 9 1/3 innings. 8 hits, 4 earned runs. Worked 2 scoreless against the Cavemen on Wednesday. Trying to work a scoreless 7th here and give his Eagles a chance in the bottom of the 7th. 2-0 count to Nick Wilkie, who's 0 for 2. Wilkie looking for his first hit here of this summer. We've seen him on the mound a couple of times. He's been the designated hitter, now playing first. He's made some pretty nice plays over there at first to save a couple of base hits. His Gems are out in front, 4-3. Those 4 runs coming on one swing of the bat by Gage Cruz. The 3-0 from Shaw, right down the middle. So Westfall, the base hit, advances to second on the wild pitch. And now he's in scoring position. Nick Wilkie trying to move him over or get him in. And he'll get on base. Runners on first and second. A base hit and a walk to get things started in the 7th. And now Jacob Gentry. It's been a steady rainfall the last 15 minutes or so. Nothing too heavy to call things just yet. They're going to play as long as they can. First and second, nobody out for Gentry, and Shaw drops in a breaking ball. Gentry 0 for 1. Reach base on a free pass in the 6th. Grounded out in the 3rd. Shaw trying to work around a couple of the base runners to get things started. Third baseman Jacobson playing in on that green turf. Check swing by Gentry, went around for strike 2. And the Central Methodist Eagle now in a 1-2 count against James Shaw. Shaw, another one of those Harris Stowe Hornets. Plenty of those here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Originally from Canton, Illinois. Two and two count here to Gentry, the former St. Charles Capital. Called third strike. Gentry goes down. He's 0 for 2. And now Josh Gibson. Gibson with runners on first and second, now one away. Shaw looking for the ground ball. Gibson, quiet day so far out of the leadoff spot, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Gems looking to add on here in the 7th. The one run coming from James Shaw with a couple of runners on base. Breaking ball outside corner, good pitch for strike 2. If you're just now joining us here in the top of the 7th, all 7 runs came in the 6th inning, a grand slam by Gage Cruz, and then 3 in the bottom half by the Eagles. The potential tying run cut down at the plate by Tyler Fogarty on a base hit by Jacob Bauer. The Gems have cut down 2 base runners at the plate. Fogarty cut down, or Jack Rigoni rather, cut down Damian Henderson at the plate, which would have been the first run of the ball game back in the 4th. And then Fogarty cuts down Arntzen at the plate in the 6th. 2-2 count here to Josh Gibson. Shaw looking for the strikeout or the ground ball. Infield and double play depth. The 2-2 outside.
And Gems know they need more than just one against these Eagles in the bottom of the 7th. They're really looking to get more. They got a good arm on the mound trying to close it out, but we know what the Eagles have done in the final frame.
And that one misses. Bases loaded again for the Gems for the 2nd straight inning. And now Jack Rigoni with the bases loaded. And one away. A base hit and a couple of walks have loaded the bases. Gems looking to add on as the rain starts to let up a little bit. First pitch from Shaw. Outside. Shaw having a little trouble closing out the Gems here in the 7th, trying to turn things over to his offense and to see if they can't get their 4th walk-off victory of the summer.
I don't mind staying for a good game. This is simply not a good game. It was until 6th. Yep. Very good game. Then they crushed everybody.
2-0 coming to Jack Rigoni. Right down the middle. Rigoni 0 for 2. Reach base on a walk, a fly ball, and a ground ball. Shaw gets his sign, the 2-1. Outside, gets past Anderson. Westfall's going to come across to score to make it 5-3.
Good hustle there right there from Westfall. And the catcher taking advantage of the pitch that got to the backstop.
So now make it 3-1 on Rigoni.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
The 3-1 from Shaw. Fouled out of play. Full count to Jack Rigoni. Trying to get the Gems some more insurance runs. Gibson out at 2nd, Wilkie over at 3rd. Already the Gems a 5-3 lead, looking for more. And Rigoni pops that one down the first base line, going to stay in play. Arntzen makes the catch. Wilkie tags, but doesn't come home. So now Tyler Fogarty, who cut down the tying run at the plate, now a chance to drive in a couple of his own. And if he can get on, look who's on deck. Mr. Cruz. 2 away here in the 7th. Gems have added an insurance tally. Fogarty trying to add a couple more. Bergoni 0 for 3 after the pop out. For the second out, Shaw looking for out number 3 off the bat of Tyler Fogarty.
Just miss off the plate with that breaking ball. Shaw really favors that breaking ball against these right-handed hitters.
That was a pretty good one there. Just couldn't quite clip the outside corner. And a swing and a miss.
And it helps by the way that Anderson sets up. He's really good at getting to that low ball. And when you have a guy who throws a lot of breaking balls, you want to come up and get that low strike by coming up on the ball. That's what they teach those catchers.
He went to it again. 3 straight breaking balls. Now at 2-2. What does he go to here? 2-2 to try to put away Tyler Fogarty. Trying to extend the inning to Cruz. A lot of deep counts, some long at-bats here in the 7th. A lot of 2-2, 3-1, 3-2 counts. The 2-2 to Fogarty. Upstairs. Shaw does not want to surrender the free pass here. Gage Cruz on deck. We already know what he did with the bases loaded earlier. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Shaw strains a couple of runners. The Gems do get an insurance run. We head to the bottom half. Last chance for the Eagles. Do they have their 4th straight walk-off victory in the works? We'll find out in about 60 seconds. We'll be back with you shortly on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Code Ninjas O'Fallon, located on the Deerberg Shopping Center, Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon, intersection of highways K and N. Kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of sensei instructors. They'll start at white belt, go all the way to black belt. So if you can come in today for a free 30-minute session, try it out. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon. Or call 636-851-9634 to get started. That's codeninjas.com/mo-O'Fallon or 636-851-9634. Code Ninjas O'Fallon, kids have fun. Parents see results. And also this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, electronics, all that for almost 25 years, since 1996. 400,000 square foot facility. 45 acres is the amount of ground it covers. That's on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. That's where they operate from. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics in need of recycling, you can call Interco Recycling 1-877-258-3601. Or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. You can reach them either way. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Adam Drury on to close things out for the Gems, looking to pick up the save here in the 7th. But the Eagles will have something to say about it. Jalen Jones will lead things off. And the Southwestern College infielder and outfielder looks at ball 1. So now a 2-run lead for the Gems. They added an insurance tally in the top half. This is the 4th time we've seen Drury. 5 1/3 innings so far. 5 strikeouts, no walks. Has given up 4 earned runs. ERA just above 5. Worked an inning against the Cavemen back on July 8th as Jones rips that one into the gap. Rigoni tracks it down. The speedy center fielder puts it away for the first out. Not many fly balls get down when Jack Rigoni is manning center field.
Very fast. Great speed out there. Even if he doesn't take a perfect route, his speed makes up for it.
He puts that one away. He makes it look rather easily. Makes it look rather easy. And now Aaron Hopp, the top of the lineup. Jones, Hopp, and Henderson. If anybody can get on, Jacobson.
And Drury has pretty good command. 5 strikeouts, no walks. 5 1/3 thrown here in his 4th appearance.
Looking for a stress-free bottom of the 7th. We've seen some 7th inning craziness, especially with these Eagles. 3 walk-off victories.
They don't want to see 9 again, that's for sure.
All of the comeback variety as well. All 3 of those games they've walked off. They trailed at some point in the game. 1-2 count to Aaron Hopp. Quiet day for him. 0 for 3. Strikeout and a couple of ground balls. Drury set for the 1-2, working from the third base side. Strike 3 called. Hopp goes down looking. Second strikeout for Hopp. And Drury's 1 out away from closing it out. Last hope for the Eagles, Damian Henderson, trying to bring the tying run to the plate. Noah Jacobson on deck. Henderson was hit by a pitch, or at least he convinced the home plate umpire he was. He's reached base a couple of times, came across a score. So he's been on base a couple of times, 1 for 2. Base hit and a stolen base back in the 4th. The right-hander Drury delivers. And that's fouled away.
A bloop and a blast from tying it. And you got Henderson and then Jacobson, who we know can put it out of the park on deck.
Right part of the order. If you're going to start a rally with 2 away, number 2 hitter in the lineup, Henderson. The 1-1. And that one hit him as well. So neither have been too painful. But Henderson is on base for the 2nd time in a row via the hit by pitch.
Raised his jersey, I feel like, right on the front side by the chest area. Just grazed him. And the other one, it looked like maybe if it was his bat knob or somewhere in that region, if it did hit him, part of the hand, but didn't seem, like you said, he hasn't had to pay too much to get on base for those hit by pitches.
And now Noah Jacobson representing the tying run, swing and a miss. He was swinging for the downs right there. Trying to tie this game with 1 swing. Peyton Leeper on deck. He has a walk-off of the Grand Slam variety. 0-2 now. Good breaking ball from Drury. Eagles down to their final strike. Noah Jacobson trying to keep the Eagles' hopes alive here in the 7th. The 0-2. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Westfall. Jacobson was also hit by a pitch the last time he was at the plate. The only time he's been on base before that, a couple of strikeouts. Final hope for the Eagles. 1-2 count. The Eagles trailing 5-3. That insurance run in the top of the 7th could loom large. If Jacobson can come through here, as he only represents the tying run. The 1-2 from Drury. Outside, blocked again by Westfall. Henderson stays put at first. No sense in risking it. Still 2 away, 2-2 count to Noah Jacobson. The Eagles hanging on by a thread. The 2-2 from Drury. Instead, he steps off. The rain has ceased. Is this a good sign for the Eagles, or can the Gems close it out? The 2-2. Swing and a miss. That'll do it. Adam Drury closes out the 7th in a rather stress-free bottom of the 7th as Jacobson slams his bat to the ground. And the Gems come away with a 5-3 victory. The grand slam by Gage Cruz is the difference. Second home run in as many days for the Western Illinois Leatherneck. And the Gems move one step closer to 500. They're now 4-5. Eagles fall to 7-4. We'll be back to wrap things up shortly here on Carlsbad Collegiate League TV. A 5-3 victory for the Gems. We'll be back shortly. So a 5-3 victory for the Gems. It was shaping out to be a pitcher's duel, and then all of a sudden, 7 runs scored in the 6th, 4 coming on the grand slam by Gage Cruz. Second home run in as many days, and he powers the Gems to a 5-3 lead. We saw a lot of offense in Game 1, not quite as much in Game 2, at least until the 6th inning. 8 runs in the final 2 innings, and the Gems come away with a nice 5-3 victory to get things back on track.
And then Gage Cruz brings the rain again, and then it rained a little bit. We thought, and then it started pouring a little bit, but like you said, you see some good starting pitching from a couple of big-time arms. But the Gems run out a couple of MSU Bears who look good, Hayden Younger and Noah Berkey, and they get the job done with the Cruz grand slam that ultimately seems like the difference maker big time right there from the Leatherneck.
Big-time homer from Gage Cruz and a big-time victory for the Gems. They move to 4-5. Eagles fall to 7-4. We thank you for joining us here on Carlsbad Collegiate League TV. That'll do it for us here this afternoon. For Will Connerly and Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey. Have a great rest of your Monday, everybody. Take care, stay safe, and stay healthy. We'll see you tomorrow for a triple header.